Here we are. Okay. Oh. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome, constituents, residents, our police department back there. We have our 82nd cadet class. Thank you all for being here. I'm really glad y'all are here. This is an important, historic day, and you will be a part of that historic day, so thank you. Chief Markwell, Chief Rocha, everyone, welcome. Today, our invocation will be given by a dear friend and our pastor, David Bendett from Brock City Church.
All right, let's pray. Lord, as we close out 2022 and as we head into a new year with a new council, I thank you so much for your presence in these chambers. Thank you, God, for being with us. Thank you, Lord, for leading us and guiding us in everything that we say and do. Thank you for your love and your mercy, your grace and your kindness. And I pray that your mercy would guard and surround this city. Give us grace to love well and to lead well and to represent you well. Thank you so much, Lord, for these cadets and our law enforcement and our first responders. Thank you, God, for their lives. And I pray that they would lead with your guidance and your direction, that they would have wisdom in every decision that they make. And I pray the same thing for this council and the council that's coming. I thank you so much, Lord, for dreams, visions, your word, and your guidance in everything that we do and all the legislation that's passed here. Thank you, Lord, that your life rules and reigns in Corpus Christi, Texas. Thank you that this city will live up to its namesake as the body of Christ, Texas. Thank you, Lord, for driving back every demonic agenda that would try to rob, steal, kill, and destroy, anything that would try to hold back families and love and life and your freedom and your health in this community. We welcome you here, and we love you so much, and we're so grateful for you. And we thank you, God, for the children and the generations that are coming behind us. Help us to lead well and to love well for them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Haley Cepeda. She is a sophomore at Roy Miller High School.
Go Bucks.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Haley. Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez. Here. Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Here. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so that'll take us to Section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council, and season's greetings. We do have a couple of items on the city manager report today, and we'll be mindful of the time, probably due citizens to be heard in between some of these items this morning. But I'm pleased to announce this morning an executive appointment, our new assistant city manager. And I'm pleased to announce the appointment of Nadia Chandler Hardy, whose first day began yesterday with the city. Nadia will oversee Parks and Recreation, our Corpus Christi International Airport, libraries, and information technology. Nadia is experienced in local government. She has 15 years of government experience, and over 10 years of that was in large Texas cities, in Dallas, San Antonio, and Corpus Christi, where she began her career. Yep. So previously and most recently, Nadia served as the assistant city manager for the city of Dallas. And there she oversaw code compliance, animal services, the Office of Community Care, the Office of Homeless Solutions, the Office of Resilience, and the Office of Equity and Human Rights, as well as the Customer Service 311 operation. As Assistant City Manager there in Dallas, she designed and implemented the West Dallas Community Center Capital Plan and created the city's first strategic priority framework for human and social service needs for over 20,000 individuals. And then before Dallas, Nadia served as the Assistant City Manager in the city of Tacoma, Washington. And she was also the Director of Neighborhood and Community Services while there on the West Coast. Nadia holds a Bachelor's of Arts and a Master's of Public Administration from right here, Texas A&M Corpus Christi. She both degrees were from here. And she has several certificates as well, including an Executive Leadership Institute certificate from the University of Minnesota, as well as a certificate from Syracuse University, the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs. And you all are wondering where she went to high school, and that was right here at Carroll High School, the old Carroll High School. Right? Yeah. So that's an important fact we like to talk about here in Corpus Christi. So Carroll High School, but the important thing is both degrees right here from Texas A&M. So Nadia is a good example of many of our professionals who left Corpus Christi but have come back home to serve the community. She has some great experience, as I mentioned, working in some major Texas cities and began her career here in Corpus Christi. She's here today. She wants to come up and say a few words to the council and the community. Nadia, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you, City Manager, for the warm welcome and introduction. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I am deeply honored to come back to the place that I call home. The city of Corpus Christi was the start of my local government journey some 17 years ago. I started as an intern and eventually worked in the legal department as a legal assistant. It is truly a full circle experience for me to return to the place that gave me my first opportunity, and to now serve as Assistant City Manager is really a privilege and a responsibility that I'm ready to take on. As the City Manager mentioned, I am a native of the Gulf Coast. I was born and raised in Pensacola, Florida. And as a result of a base realignment, my father and I were relocated and my family to this fair city back in 1994. It was here in Corpus Christi that I matriculated through the public education system, graduating from Mary Carroll High School, go Tigers, and I earned both my undergraduate and graduate degrees from the Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. For the past 15 years, I have served in various roles ranging from the front lines to executive leadership roles in the city of San Antonio, the city of Tacoma, Washington, and most recently, the city of Dallas. I have managed within large-scale operations, totaling more than $3.5 billion and more than 13,000 employees. But some of the accomplishments that I am most proud of include the production of a 10-year vision and strategic plan for the city of Tacoma, Washington, establishing more than 10 city departments and/or offices, and leading the development of a number of human services programs that have served more than 10,000 families and unaccompanied youth who have experienced homelessness, housing and food insecurity, workforce disparity, and mental health challenges. I do believe that Corpus Christi is truly a regional leader here in the Coastal Bend. And it is my commitment to continue to develop and lead teams that achieve optimal performance in service delivery to this community. I am guided by 4 leadership principles in both my personal and my professional life: trust, relationships, resilience, and mutual respect. And it is with that mindset that I look forward to working with the departments that have been assigned to me, as well as the entire enterprise that is the city of Corpus Christi, to foster a practice of resilience thinking, to leverage internal and external partnership opportunities, and advance this community's quality of life. I do appreciate the time to share with you my heart's sentiments and expressions of gratitude. I look forward to working with each of you. Thank you for this time.
Great, thank you, Nadia. Okay, Mayor and Council, we're going to shift now to our financial condition. And by the city charter, I'm required to update the city council quarterly on our financial position. And so we're going to present to you the fourth quarter financial report for the fiscal year that ended September 30th. We know that a lot of information was shared as part of the budget process, but we do have an unaudited report for the closeout of the year, and I'll go over that with you now. You should have a copy of the presentation with your agenda material. So and it's on the screen as well. The figures I'll present today are preliminary and unaudited. We know that annually we do a comprehensive financial audit report, and that is done by an external auditor. In this case, Weaver from Houston is the one that'll be doing our financial audit. And on the next slide, let me see, one more slide. This just shows a timeline. So that our financial audit began in October, and staff finalizes the year-end closing for that prior fiscal year, 22. We know that with December, we're 3 months into the new fiscal year. So the FY22 closed out the end of September, and staff is finalizing the initial year-end closing. And then in March, the annual financial report will be completed in March, and then we'll take it to the audit committee in the following month, and then to city council as well as part of my city manager report. So in the general fund, we're going to focus on two areas, our revenues and our expenditures. On the next slide shows our revenues is 3 columns: the budgeted revenues for the fiscal year, the estimate. This is the numbers we showed in the July-August timeframe. This is an update on what we thought we would collect for that year based on several months of actuals, and then the unaudited actuals. So there's a lot of detail there, but if we focus at the bottom line, the budget was $286 million for revenues. We updated that during the budget time and increased it by about $8 million more to reflect actual revenues received and an updated forecast. And the year-end closeout slightly below that, about $1 million less in revenues, primarily from our franchise fees. You can notice we estimated to collect about 41.2, but we collected 40.7, and we're still having some collection challenges in our after-school program. That's in that recreational revenue. We thought we would collect 2.8 million. We collected 2.2, and a little bit of difference in our other revenues as well. So about $1 million less than the estimate. But when we turn to the next slide, in our expenditures, we thought we would spend about $298 million for the fiscal year. You can see that middle column, the bottom figure. And we actually spent about 1.3 less. So we spent 296.9. That includes carry forwards or carryovers for projects and work that is still underway to complete those projects for the fiscal year. So when we turn to the next page, this is a summary of the revenues and expenses and our beginning balance. So we began the fiscal year 2022 over a year ago with 103.1 million in beginning balance. Our revenues that we think we'll collect then for the fiscal year is 293, almost 294 million. Our expenses are just under 297 million. So at the end of the fiscal year then, for September 30th, 2022, our fund balance is looking like it'll be 100 million. Now, you may recall from the summertime from our budget work, there was what we call a planned drawdown in some of that fund balance. The city council has a great record of having financial policies, and one of your financial policies is having a 20% reserve in a rainy day fund, 20% of our expenditures. And so that equals about 61 million. And you can see that we had 100 million. So the planned drawdown that we had in the budget was to utilize some of that, what we consider excess ending balance. We used 22 million in the budget, you may recall from the summer. So with that, we still had 16 million more than that 20% reserve. So our reserves are actually at 25%, or about 78 million, which is great for the 8th largest city in Texas. So let's look at a few other funds here before we give some concluding comments. So in our HUT tax revenue, this is our hotel occupancy tax. We did exceptionally well again this year. We want to thank Brett Otting and his entire Visit Corpus Christi group and their board of directors that spend a lot of time managing for us, our visitor industry. So we thought we would collect about 17.5 in hut tax revenue. This is more than the budget of 16.4. But again, in July, we had an unbeatable, one of the record-setting Julys in terms of hotel stays. Much better in the hut collections of 19.6 million, more than that 17.5 million, about 2 million more, and primarily from those July hotel stays. And then in our budgeted, on the expenditure side, our budgeted expenditures 19.8 was the budget estimate 18.6, and we came in just a little under that at 18.3, mostly from convention center expenditures. Okay, and then in our water, and then I'll cover wastewater in a moment. In the water fund, here on this graph shows the revenues and expenditures. So we downgraded slightly the estimate and what we thought we would collect in revenues for the year, primarily because of the extreme drought that we face, but we actually brought in more revenue than not only the budget, but the estimate, 140.4 million. And even though we had restrictions, and we still do for residential and commercial customers to once a week watering, there was excessive amounts of water used on that one day. So generally, that's why our revenues are up. Our expenditures are pretty much where we thought they would be, so the team did a good job estimating to spend about 144 million. So that fund is pretty strong, both from a revenue and an expense side. And then in our partner fund, the wastewater fund, we did good this year, and we may recall a couple years ago we missed the mark, but in our estimated revenues, just under 80 million, and we came in just slightly over 80 million. So good on the revenues. And on the expense side, we estimated to spend about 80, but we actually spent about 74.3. So some savings there on that expense side, which will help us out in the next fiscal year. Okay, so just a summary here is that our net general fund revenues over expenditures results are better than projected. Again, these are unaudited, but we have confidence in these numbers. Our hut revenues are higher than we projected. Wastewater revenues are higher than projected. Water expenditures were on track with projected amounts, and our wastewater just a little bit less than what we projected. So here's the key takeaway. Overall, we continue to be a financially managed city, and that's saying a lot, right? For the 8th largest city in Texas, we're well financially managed, and we're in a strong financial position. That's where we are today, and so that's worth celebrating. On our next slide here, our next steps in February, at a city manager's report, February 2023, I'll provide you the first quarter financial update. That'll be for the first 3 months in our new fiscal year 23. And then in March, we'll complete the annual financial report for this, for fiscal year 2022, what I'm going over today. And we'll present that to our audit committee, as is our custom, and then I'll brief the council, the full council as well, after that audit committee presentation. So that was a summary, but what we do have, what council has, and what will be placed on our website today is a very more detailed, comprehensive financial report that has line item by line item for all of the funds, both revenues and expenditures, and analysis on ending balances. There's also a summary of our capital expenditures, and that's another nice tool that we do that shows how transparent we are and how we want to connect with the community and show our financial position. So. Mayor, that concludes that update. I don't know if there's any questions from you or the council.
I don't see any, Peter.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. We're going to do one more item then, unless you want to break
Sure.
for
Go ahead.
citizen
We have 5
comment.
minutes.
Okay, great. This is one that the citizens care much about, and this is our Mud Bridge update. So Ernesto De La Garza, our new Public Works Director, is living the testament of we got a lot to do in our public infrastructure, right, Ernesto?
Yeah,
Yes.
welcome.
So he's going to, he and I both were at Mud Bridge last week doing a live communication to the community. Before Ernesto begins, I just want to say, as a city manager, we know this is important. We have empathy for the residents that have to detour and add about 20 minutes to their trip. We know the bridge has some maintenance issues. The key thing is this, so our key message is that together with our teams here, our private sector and TxDOT, we're moving forward. We're going to get the bridge fixed. With Ernesto leading our Public Works Department, that's 2.5, 3 years young, we are moving forward with better maintenance schedules. We know we have some 86 bridges, and one of the things Ernesto's been doing is looking at all of those bridges in the past week or so to see what do we have to do so this doesn't happen again, given that we do have some maintenance issues. But with that, Ernesto's going to give us an update. We also, just one other thing, are doing weekly updates, Ernesto and I, live briefings every Wednesday at 10 o'clock. That'll be posted live on our social media outlets. Our media has done a great job covering us. I know KIII did an update story yesterday. And so we'll be briefing the community 10 o'clock every Wednesday until the bridge is open, so they're well aware of the completion schedule and any delays we might face because of weather. So Ernesto, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, Mayor, City Council, Ernesto de la Garza, Director of Public Works. Joining me today is Gabriel Nojosa, Assistant Director of Stormwater, and Shane Torno with Friesa Nichols. Today's update will provide you with information surrounding the Yorktown Bridge, the mud bridge, to include recommended repairs and a schedule for completion. Okay, so today I'm going to start off with giving you some background on the history of the mud bridge. The bridge was constructed in 1985, so it's 37 years old. While the bridge is inspected every 2 years by TxDOT, the city is responsible for maintenance of the bridge. Now that Public Works Department has been created, I have been tasked with developing and creating systems and plans to assist with improving our infrastructure and how we will maintain our infrastructure. With the support of the Mayor and Council, placing infrastructure as a top priority for the city, roughly $336 million has been invested in roadwork improvements over the last 4 budgets. With the last 2 bond programs, voters approved funding for the design and reconstruction of Yorktown Boulevard from Rodfield to Mudbridge. And future plans include an AFA with TxDOT for highway bridge replacement and rehabilitation. Okay, so the recent update, December 12th, I was notified of the collapse of the road. Upon investigation, it was determined that the soil under the bridge was compromised, in turn causing a sinkhole on the bridge. Attached is a timeline of events that has occurred to date. Once we were initially notified of the incident, we took immediate action to begin those repairs. Due to high tides, weekend work was halted. Our goal for the community is improving our infrastructure and trying to address all the decades of neglect. As the city manager mentioned, public safety is our #1 priority. Emergency response will continue to respond when called upon. In the event that additional assistance is needed, anything on the Flower Bluff side, the Flower Bluff Fire Department Station 13 will be responsible to handle those emergencies. And then we, the city, are diligently working to make this a smooth transition as possible. All right, so our traffic control plan attaches a diagram of the current closure. The road is closed on Yorktown Boulevard from Starry Lane to Armand Street. And as per the traffic control plan, message boards have been set up at Yorktown and Staples all the way to Waldron. Now that we know there is a localized problem we're working on, we are going to extend the scope of the work to ensure that the entire bridge is in satisfactory shape. Our current estimate costs for repairs are between $300,000 and $500,000. Our structural engineer with Friesa Nichols, who is with us right now, will work on a comprehensive assessment of all the pilings underneath the bridge to determine the number of pilings that need to be addressed. After that assessment is completed, our engineer will work with a specialty marine subcontractor who's working with Anderson and Columbia, who can do the repair work above and below the water line to get that access as needed. Our current project plan is to reconstruct the retaining wall using riprap and shotcrete on both sides of the bridge, stabilize and rebuild the embankment on both sides of the bridge as well. Repairs have commenced. However, accessibility of work zones and high tides do pose a factor and could cause delays in the repair work being completed. We will repair pilings and or bents as recommended by our structural engineer. Future plan, Stormwater currently has $2.5 million dedicated to bridge rehabilitation through its current capital improvement program. The short-term needs are going to be completed using the Stormwater IDIQ, which we are in the process of getting to a bid for a contractor to be selected.
The council was listening, but the pylons or the I guess the pylons you call them. That's different than the sinkhole scenario, which was caused from erosion at the embankments.
Correct.
So the pylons are something additional that did not cause the sinkhole, but since we're under there, we inspected and we noticed, hey, the pylons are compromised as well from years of weatherization. And we know that at least 4 are in pretty rough shape, meaning concrete's eroded off down to the rebar. Right. But today you're bringing in additional people to inspect all of them to make sure they're safe.
Correct.
So that could add some more time to the project depending on what we find today.
Correct, and we're procuring a boat to provide our structural engineer access, and so that is currently in the works by Anderson and Columbia.
Okay, good. I just want to highlight that we have 2 issues. The sinkhole caused from the embankment erosion, and then we discovered the pylons are not in the best shape. And so it's a metal, it's a concrete pylon with reinforced metal in the inside, and in some cases the concrete's eroded down to the metal, right? And we'll see some pictures of the embankment, so I'll turn it back over to you, honey.
Okay, we'll be ready for the solicitation for the IDIQ in early 2023. Along with Yorktown Boulevard, the IDIQ will also be completing $1.1 million of bridge maintenance on 46 bridges citywide. There will be continuous communication with stakeholders as needed as well. And as you can see, we are behind on addressing any urgent needs as they currently exist. So our next steps, stormwater program was created in October of 21, and it was first of its kind. Additionally, Public Works will be hiring an on-call structural engineer to review all TxDOT reports to address any critical needs accordingly. At that time, we will proceed with creating a proactive maintenance program based off of the consultant's recommendations. Our work zones, as previously mentioned, safety is our #1 priority. So at this time, we have set up temporary road closure on Yorktown Boulevard from Starry Lane to Armand Street, as we've shown you in the map earlier in this presentation. And we'll open the bridge and all road closures to traffic once we believe that the area is safe for all travel. Communication strategy is to ensure that we maintain a constant level of service, and we'll be providing continuous updates throughout the project, as City Manager Zanoni has explained. Here are some example pictures from underneath the bridge. So on the left side, that's the 2021 report picture. And then on the right side is the day that we had the sinkhole. So all that material is currently gone from erosion. And that plywood repair there is what we did in the emergency response with our in-house forces. And then once that was completed, we had a structural engineer assess that work, and determination was made to not open the bridge to traffic until we've assessed underneath that bridge accordingly.
And you'll see it better in another picture, but the left picture, if you will go back one, Ernie,
right.
That concrete that's kind of fallen, that is part of the articulated, what do they call it?
Articulated block.
Articulated block mat that was intended to hold the embankment in. You can see on the far left a little bit of embankment left there, but basically it's all eroded. So what happened is the articulated block mat that's made out of concrete failed. Was washed away by a heavy event in the Oso Bay or Creek, and then the soil eventually washed away as well. You'll
Correct.
see it more in the next picture on the other side of the bank.
That's the west side.
Right.
Yeah.
So that articulated block that's on the top, that covered the whole thing at one point?
Yes, sir, and it went all the way, it touched the ground. That
Right.
was what was there beforehand, once the structure was new,
Right.
and since then has eroded. That's what's holding up the pavement.
Right.
Okay. At that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to public comment, and we'll come back with questions and comments for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So at this time, Mr. Risley, would you kindly review the council meeting rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called up in order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before beginning your comments. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment on an agenda item. The first is now, and the second is at the time that we actually speak and discuss the item. So please choose which you would like to at which time you'd like to comment. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the podium or the microphone, and it will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the timer goes off, if you would please conclude your comments. And if you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, if you'll please give it to our city secretary prior to speaking so she can distribute it to us, we would appreciate that. So with that, we'll hear from our first constituent, Jay Gardner.
Packed house. Hi, Jay Gardner, 3922 Sweet Bay Drive. I just came down here to embarrass Greg Smith one last time in here with it. So anyway, I want to thank Greg for all of his work for the city that he's done since before chairing ISAC and council and TERS and all that. Greg and I have worked on projects for many, many years, and I know we'll continue to work on projects. You're not going anywhere. No, you're going to be sticking around. Dan Suckley, I don't know if he's here. He's got some big shoes to fill, but thankfully, Dan's got some big shoes to fill. He's a big guy. But, Greg's been working with Dan to get him plugged in, and you don't typically see that. That's integrity. So thank you for that, too. I'd like to thank the outgoing city council members and the incumbents. You guys have had some big projects, some big fights, and really moved the needle on this city. One of the big projects that you undertook was hiring this guy right here. So good job on that. So anyway, thanks to John and Billy and Ben. And Ben, once this weather clears up, we're going to go fishing. And we'll take Greg if he's got time. So thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. Thank your time.
Thank you, Jay. Lorenzo Garza. Yes, sir. And then Jack Gordy, are you here, Jack? He was. I don't see Jack Gordy. Gary Jaskier. Okay, if you'd like to come up, Mr. Jaskier, sit up here.
My apologies for the wheelchair, but I am a disabled veteran. I volunteered during the Vietnam War when everybody was drafting. I volunteered to go to Vietnam. I am a sole survivor, so they didn't want to accept me because I was an orphan. And then anyway, I still managed to change I changed my Social Security, and then I went into the Vietnam War. And I was stationed, like the lady said, I was stationed after we came from Vietnam. I was at Fort Lewis, Washington, Tacoma. And my subject today is, I got two important subjects, okay? And most of all, one is Discrimination Act, and the other one is Property Act.
And Mr. Garza, can you please state your address?
Oh, my name is Lorenzo Garza Jr. I'm a proud vet. And you go to my house, 3517 Mimosa.
Okay.
And I have the Texas flag and the United States flag 24/7 there.
Thank
Okay?
you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go
And
ahead.
I'm proud to serve in the Army. I'm proud to serve my nation. I am proud of my nation. But first of all, I want to start with the Discrimination Act that I'm concerned about, which is part one. And I don't want to talk too much over that, but the second one is about property issues, okay? And so the first one is, I am proud to know be in a nation where other people are recognized. I am proud to serve a nation and I was willing to die for my nation. Okay? First of all, I am Irish and Native American Lakota. Okay? And I am a 100% Tejano, Chicano. And I will give you guys what that really means to us Native Americans. Okay? And the thing about it is that I'm proud that we have Martin Luther King Day. I'm proud that we have, what do you call it, Black Awareness Month. But I am concerned because November is Native American Month. And I have reached everybody, even to the mayor, which I follow her because she's a wonderful woman. And I send her messages saying, how come Native Americans are not recognized in November? The whole month of November. We have no parades. They have no dignity. We are still savages. We are still considered prisoners of war. And if you go up to the Lakota and Dakota, South Dakota and North Dakota, you will realize Native Americans over there, they only have 1920s, 1930s, maybe 1950 trailers that are put together with cardboard because they don't have a place to stay. I actually, people that come in here illegally have more rights. And I didn't bring the subject with you, but I'm going to tell you, you go to the cable, and you said that you can get cable for $19.99, $29.99 for so many months. But when it comes to Native
Mayor?
American,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry, sir. The timer has gone. Our timer is not working today, so I did time it on my phone,
Oh, okay.
and you've met the time requirement.
all right, so what can do I go to part two, or do I keep talking no more?
Yeah, the timer's up, Mr. Garza, but we do appreciate that.
Okay.
And of course, you can always reach out to us if you'd like to continue to, deliver your message to us.
Which one of
Absolutely.
you is Lerma?
Lerma, Mr.
Okay, sir, I
Councilman.
need to talk to you. I'll call you, make a meeting with you concerning my property tax, my property, because they said that the sidewalk it belongs to the owner, but then we pay taxes for that purpose, and we pay school tax and social security tax and city tax, and that is taxation without representation, and that's what I want to talk to you about. That's my next subject. Thank you, Mayor, and I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service to this country.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Jack Gordy? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm just to make sure he's not here. Mr. Gordy's not in the room. That sounded bad. I want to make sure I don't pass him over. So if he's here, please come forward. Yes, we love Jack. He's not here. Okay. Gary? Yes, sir.
Good morning. First and foremost, I want to wish everybody a nice holiday. The season is right around the corner. But getting to a more serious note, I'm here again complaining about the speed on Doddridge. Is there anyone here that would not be offended if they were caught 63 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone? I was talking to an officer, motorcycle officer, while he shot the radar gun and got that car, 63 in a 30. Is there anyone here on this bench that would not be absolutely, what's the word I'm looking for?
Appalled.
Appalled. Yes, I live on a major thoroughfare, 325 Doddridge, and we have made progress. We now have a road diet where we have signs. And if you'll want to meet me on any Wednesday morning, I'm out there at 6 o'clock in the morning monitoring those signs and monitoring those speeds. And I count 20 vehicles in an hour superseding the 30-mile-an-hour zone. And that's only in one direction. So if you double that, we have 40 people an hour that are exceeding 30 miles an hour. One speed sign will cut out at 38 miles per hour. So we don't know the actual speed that they're actually traveling. But even after 38 miles an hour, it tells you to slow down. Every once in a while, you'll see some brake lights, but for the most part, there'll be 3, 4, 5 in a row that all you'll see is slow down, slow down, slow down. What do I need to do I wanted to meet with either you
Right.
or Mr. Zanoni and discuss some of these problems that we're having, but I did speak to Captain, I can't recall his name, Frazier.
Frazier.
I spoke to Captain Frazier, and I told him about a situation, and he said that they were going to put more patrol cars in the area. I have noticed more patrol cars in the area, but we're not slowing down the traffic. From 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening, in just those 12 hours. I'd like to see, there were 3 boxes, 2 by the city and 1 by the police department, that are recording information, date, time, and speed. I would like to know what I have to do to get those
Right.
documents so I can study, other than Wednesday morning when I take out the trash.
Okay.
But it's to a point of, there's some aggravation in my voice, and I'm sure you can hear it. I've been going through this. The road diet took 2 years, and probably 3 years previous. So I've been in that house since '08. But I'm going to say for 5 years, I've put up with the speeding. I'm here representing the residents.
What part of Alameda?
300
I
block
mean,
of Doddridge, between Elmeda and Ocean.
Okay.
Or
Right,
Elmeda and
that's what I
Santa
figured.
Fe.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
we
we
can
know where he
certainly.
lives. I talked to him at the length before the council
Okay.
meeting, so we'll set up a meeting, he and
Yes.
my public works team.
Right.
Right.
That's the best thing. And
Right.
that is exactly what you're needing in order to get this addressed.
And thank
But thank
you.
you for bringing it forth.
Thank you, and again, happy holidays to
Thank
everyone
you.
in the room.
Thank you. Lisa Gerdes?
Tall people. Lisa Gerdes, 3636 Monterey. And I just came today. First, I want to apologize. I meant to come earlier, but my schedule just never allowed. But thank you so much. You all have it's such a huge job, and there's so many grumpy people. You can't make everybody happy. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all of your assistance. We have been working on items 26 on the agenda today. The city staff, the mayor, Greg Smith, we've had so many people assisting us to try to purchase a building. And I never dreamed it would be that hard or that would require that many people to be involved. I represent Rising Tide Ministries, and our motto is we offer a hand up, not a handout. We serve all members of the Coastal Bend through building community and helping people to achieve their best. We're grateful for all of our volunteers. We've had 6,000 volunteer hours this year, and they work hard. Our resale shop offers quality goods at affordable prices so people can shop with dignity and obtain items that they need. Through CBDG funding and private grants, we have a program called Safe at Home that assists elderly residents to be safer in their homes. That's allowing them to stay in their homes longer and alleviate the stress on our city. We also have a program called Away Home. Through private grant this year of $15,000, we have sent 66 homeless individuals back to their families. We work hard, we work efficiently. Our WAVE Academy that was funded through CBDG funds, thank you so much. We are helping homeless people and low-income people get back to work or get jobs, get better jobs. Sometimes it's just a matter of helping them with a resume. We have them do the resume, we show them how to do it if they don't know how, but then we take it and kind of help them modify it. Okay, did you mean this? We could say this. So many times, people just need a little bit of encouragement and a little bit of help. So we have GED classes, ESL, finding money for college. It's out there. We help them find it. We help people get their food handler's permit. You can't go to work in a fast food restaurant without a food handler's permit. And it's not a huge expense, but if you don't have a job, you don't have the money to do that. And we've been able to get them non-skid shoes. So people are going back to work. They're getting better jobs. And there's my buzzer. Thank you so very much for all that you do and for your consideration on number 26 on today's agenda. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Merry Christmas. Clint Miracle, and then we'll have Michael Miller.
Do I just start, or?
Well, your name and address,
Okay,
and then
could I
start.
Just go ahead and start?
Yes, sir.
Clint Miracle, 3221 Olson Drive. I read the city's Parks and Rec mission statement. It says, encourages us to live, learn, play, look to us for ways to enrich your life. This time of year is a stressful time for many. Some have health problems or may be dealing with loss of loved ones at a difficult time. I see people at the pool regularly whose health limits them of what they're able to do, yet they are trying to better themselves. So I feel it's important to keep at least one pool open. Closing swim pools from December 25th to January 3rd, about a week and a half, depriving people from taking care of themselves, fit that narrative? Thursday, December 1st, there was a sign posted closed on those dates. Monday, December 5th, 4 days later, another sign posted saying that wanted to ensure clean water, so emptying and refilling the pool, heating it, adding chemicals, having somebody there, I guess a non-essential worker, to bring it back up. I don't know why this wasn't done at the end of summer, like end of summer as in the past years, because that's when the water really is cloudy and dirty, and it's warm already, you don't need heat it. Swimmers are suspicious of the timing of all this, naturally, because it just doesn't make sense. There are lifeguards wanting to work as they need money for car payments and so on, and they're seasonal. They're not, I guess, standard city employees. I'd like to know who decides to close the pools, because there's a natatorium too. I assume that's closed also. And I was told that the reason is an ordinance for non-essential workers, or not just considered non-essential. I took the responsibility of calling cities, and I kept on doing it because I wanted to get 10. I don't understand why a city our size that is unable to keep at least one pool open when there's 10. I called 5 cities in the valley, all 5 of them are open during that time, not on Christmas, and some may or may not be on New Year's. I called Laredo, they're open. I didn't know some of these places I didn't even know had pools. Victoria, they don't have a year-round pool. San Antonio, and then in our area we got Rockport, Portland, and Port Aransas. They are open, and I don't think that's a good look for our city.
Yeah. Mr. Miracle, thank you. Peter, can we have staff address his concerns?
Yeah, they'll talk to him. We have our public parks
And if
staff
you'll
here.
follow up with council on that, on those
Right.
issues, yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Someone
Yes,
will
ma'am.
get with you, right? Where?
Yeah, they'll talk to you. Our director's here, Robert Dodd,
Oh,
right behind you.
okay.
sir. Yeah,
Mr. Miracle, he'll
Today
speak with you
or
back there.
some other time?
right now.
No,
He's
right
gonna
now.
talk to you
No,
right
he'll
now.
speak with
He's
you
over
now. You bring forth some valid points, and we'll get follow-up as well. Mr. Miller, come on down.
Good afternoon, Michael Miller, 5110-B IH37. I'm here today at the suggestion of the Contracts and Funds Administrator for the City of Corpus Christi to make you aware of a formal bid protest that I submitted this morning for the RFB number 4421 Police Training Academy. This is in reference to item number 37 on today's agenda. Basically, what I made them aware of, when we submitted the bids for this project, we had to do so on about 108 line item bid form. Very detailed, painting, all the different scopes of work within the project were all itemized and outlined on there, and we had to input 108 different individual numbers. I had spoken to Mr. Smith, the Contracts and Funds Administrator, on the day of the bid because there was some line items that were missing from the bid form, and specifically one of the alternates, and he told me just don't worry about it, don't put it in, turn your bid in as is. Last week, or a little bit before, the official bid tabulation was posted on Civcast. And it's very difficult to turn in a bid that's very complicated like that, but the nice thing that it affords is the ability to go back and forensically kind of do an autopsy of my bid to see what areas I could have done better, to be more competitive in the future. And I looked at a couple of line items that jumped out and bit me that my numbers were significantly higher, and those were all line items that I had allocated funds for things that were on the drawings but not particularly called out on the list. For instance, stucco. There was about $143,000 worth of stucco on the project, but no line item to list it on. So I allocated those funds to the masonry line item, and if you compare those two numbers, it's about $143,000 higher on the masonry. So what I'm asking as a form of relief is verification that the competitors have included these costs in their proposal, and if not, consideration of an amended bid form from my company, Teal Construction, removing these costs so that the bids may be evaluated on an apples-to-apples basis. And I'm unavailable this afternoon whenever this is coming before you for consideration on the individual item, but I do have a copy of the protest that was filed. So, and beyond that, thank you all. Happy holidays, happy birthday, and to all the outgoing city council members, either by election or by choice, thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Zanoni, how are we handling this?
Right. So as the gentleman from Teal Construction, Mr. Miller, said, they just submitted the protest this morning at 9-something, but that has given us still enough time to evaluate it. And when we present that item, our purchasing director, Josh Crongley, will discuss it with the council.
Okay, great, thank you. Shirley Thornton.
Hi, I'm Shirley Thornton, 1917 Woodcrest Drive. This is Riley Becerra. He is here for a civics lesson during his Christmas break. During this Christmas season, I am reminded of how blessed I am to live in Flower Bluff. As many of you have pointed out, it is an active community with people who find strength in collaborating with this council, city staff, and other entities that serve our area. On behalf of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council, I thank you for showing support of our efforts to create a quality environment on the Encinal Peninsula. For those who are moving on to pursue other paths, I thank you for your service and wish you well. Councilman Smith, I echo everything Mr. Gardner said. I taught him, so Mr. Gardner, whatever, okay. I know that your heart is still in Flower Bluff, because once you're a Hornet, you're always a Hornet.
That's right.
For those who remain and those who will join you, it is important that we continue to work together with all who make the Flower Bluff community strong. Flower Bluff ISD, Flower Bluff Citizens Council, Flower Bluff Business Association, NAS Corpus Christi, Nueces County Precinct 2 Constable's Office, CCPD, CCFD, and Nueces County ESD number 2. Every one of these organizations plays a vital role in creating the quality environment that we outlined in our Flower Bluff Area Development Plan. Both city and county emergency services help us, quote, create safe and healthy neighborhoods that keep the community strong and connected, unquote, which is the first vision theme in the Flower Bluff ADP. I have provided via email a document that explains just how the Nueces County ESD number 2 has been doing that since 1954. Other than FBISD, no other organization is as deeply rooted in the Flower Bluff community as ESD number 2. And there is a plethora of evidence to back up that statement, evidence that of late some have failed to acknowledge or even attempt to learn. I have heard folks call the ESD number 2 in Flower Bluff and perhaps ESD number 1 in Annabelle redundant services because they exist within the Corpus Christi city limits. But the FBCC begs to differ. We suggest to you that the ESD adds value by filling in the gaps that exist in the city's emergency services, gaps that no one really wants to think about too long because it can be a little scary. What we know is that most days Flower Bluff is without a city ambulance nearby. For a community with an aging population, lots of water recreation areas, natural disasters, high tourism, high traffic areas, and several schools, these gaps are a concern. For many years, the city worked with ESDs 1 and 2, but in the last few years, there's been the desire of a few to dissolve them. In fact, there's been some one-sided, kind of mean-spirited talk about these first responders, sprinkled with a few bold representations of the truth. Ronald Reagan said, "By working together, pooling our resources, and building on our strengths, we can accomplish great things." This kind of thinking lies at the core of the mission of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council. We support the ESD's efforts to continue serving our community because they offer many elements of safety that the CCFD does not offer. And let's remember that it takes all of us to create the quality environment that we all desire. We look forward to working with this council and the new members who will come on board in the new year. Merry Christmas to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley.
Thing. And now that I want to push in the direction of BMXing, that's exactly what I want to see at Salinas Park. I talked about it last time, and Mr. Zanoni came up and said that is definitely in the works. And one of the things that I've enjoyed as a citizen, and I've tried to push on all the kids that I advocate for, is that things can happen if you come to City Hall. Things can happen if you reach out to your representatives. If you do it in a positive way, if you come with solutions and not gripes and problems, the community can come together and make things happen. I witnessed it firsthand this past Saturday, and I want to see it again at Salinas Park. We had a meeting yesterday, and again, I love Mr. Dodd, the new director, and what he does. He's very transparent. He's got a very open door policy. And we came up with a pretty good plan for the BMX park, a really inclusive plan. And the feedback that I was getting this past Saturday from the BMXers whose concern was, well, where is our park? When is our time going to happen? I can relay to them that it's actually happening now. And they see it. I've taken them out there. They've visualized it. We know what we can accomplish with that park. So having said that, I want to thank the council for your patience with me, all the props and the skateboards that I was bringing in and the BMX bikes that I was bringing in. And I just want to wish everybody here a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah. If you're not either of those, if you're an atheist, it's Taco Tuesday. I hope you take part.
Adam, thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Very wise words
Mayor,
there.
just for the record, the BMX park is going to be at the Salinas or the Greenwood, right, area?
Right.
Right, we already have, there's already
Right.
a partial park
Right.
there that was built and then just not really operated, so.
Well, it's over, I think it was, but it's
Yeah.
completely overgrown. And
Right.
to your point, when we first looked at Salinas Park for baseball purposes,
Right.
the footprint at Salinas Park is more than just baseball. And I had this conversation with Councilman Barrera because it's his district. That is truly can be a regional park, just like Bill Witt. But Salinas is a little different because all we need, and we have a great item today, good news item, connectivity. The BMX thing is there. My brother used to do BMX, but it's there. We just need to revitalize. We need to, we do a lot of things. We can do a lot of things at that park. But thank you for being that voice, because you came here one time and you said, I'm going to speak on this. And this happened to be skateboarding. And you did. You woke up the BMX people. And there are a lot of needs, a lot. And we can't do everything all at once, but we can start things. So thank you. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And our last public comment via WebEx is Alyssa Mejia.
Okay. Ms. Mejia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you ready? Hi, my name is Alyssa Mejia, and I am speaking in support of that project. That's number 23, the Salinas Park connectivity. I was so glad to hear you all mention that. I am the chair of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, but right now I'm speaking as an individual. So there's a tendency in Corpus Christi of having these various public spaces that are adjacent, yet they're closed off from one another. And if you want to safely access a nearby public space, you often need to drive to it. Salinas Park has been a prime example of that. We've invested so much to make Salinas a regional park and a gem of the park system. It's in an area of high socioeconomic need, yet when you go to this park, visitors coming from the highway see this manicured road entrance with large welcoming signage. The people who are the park's immediate neighbors see a chain link fence, rough grass, a ditch, no path, no walkway in. So who are we primarily serving with this? It's time to finally welcome in this park's immediate neighbors with an inviting entrance that removes those barriers to access. One reason I feel so passionately about park connectivity is equity for our citizens. Another reason is public feedback. Bicycle and pedestrian connectivity were by far the highest priorities that the public mentioned in the extensive 2022 Parks and Rec Master Planning public feedback process. And the final reason is I can just vouch from personal experience. I grew up in a town where our parks weren't fancy, but nearly all of the public land was connected by a system of these simple dirt trails. I could meet friends and safely walk or bike to nearly everything that mattered to a kid, like the playground, the pond, the sports fields, the schools. Those really simple trails drew me into this entire world of exploration and independence. What I didn't realize until adulthood is how that connectivity also drew me into lifelong healthy habits. Later in adulthood, as I've pushed strollers and wheelchairs, I've appreciated that need for connectivity even more. When the recreation opportunities are right out your door, the barriers are lowered. Fitness comes more easily, along with all of the positive mental and physical benefits associated with it. I thank everyone who has planned out this project for Salinas. But let's not stop here. There are so many other opportunities for making our parks safely accessible and connected. I hope this only builds momentum toward connectivity that we can continue elsewhere in the system. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alyssa. What's that?
Mayor, we have one more speaker.
Oh, yes.
Yes, ma'am. So,
Yes.
Ms. Susie Luna Saldana.
Yes, thank you.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. I did come in a little bit late. Mayor, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And Merry Christmas to all of you. I did want to come on here to tell you congratulations to all that won. I'm going to be sorry to see some of you go really badly. But one of the things that I came to talk to you about is that before you go, there's some decisions that you have to make. And one of the things that I've been keeping up with council is we have a lot of projects and a lot of things that are going out of town to San Antonio, to different parts. And at first it was nice because our city manager was brand new and he was bringing his things over. But it's time that we keep the promises we make whenever you go on campaigns. And all I heard from each and every one of you is how important it is to have things done locally by local people and small businesses. So to those of you that are going to stay, I remind you of that. To those of you that are leaving, make sure that you keep involved and that our local people still get involved in these things. And remember that you're elected not for your pressure, but for those of your constituents. That is what I would like to see with every one of you that are going to keep your seats. And for those of you that are leaving, and I value a lot of you that are leaving, that you stay involved in order to make sure that our local people still get the opportunities they need, that we hire locally, and that we give whatever needs to be done locally to our people. Remember, it's not just a campaign promise. It is something that you have to keep. Thank you for your time, and again, Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Okay, that'll conclude our public comment period, and we will go back to Ernest. I think we were ready for questions, correct? Ernest, you were done with your presentation?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so Councilman Pasley.
Thank you, Mayor. Ernest, again, real quickly, how long is the estimate for the repairs to the mud bridge?
How long? Currently, it stands at a month, depending on access and tide, and then also depending on the assessment of the remaining piles that we have to look at. So
by the end of December, you think? Maybe?
No.
It's going to be past that, Ernie, right? So it's 30 days.
End of January?
30 days.
Right. This is week 1 of 30 days, so we're in day 2.
We've actually had
Okay,
two
so we'll
working
say
days.
Right, 2 working days. So we got
at the
28 days
earliest
to
end
go.
of January.
Yes.
Okay. And Peter, we budgeted some funds, so for the public's information, we budgeted a fair amount of money for road reconstruction and whatnot leading up to the mud bridge.
On Yorktown, yes, sir.
On
Councilman.
Yorktown,
So
to
from
change it to 4-lane.
Right, from Rodfield Road to the mud bridge.
Right.
In our 2020 bond program, funds were approved by the voters to design that road section. And in the 2022 bond program that was just approved by voters this November, $20 million is earmarked for the reconstruction of Yorktown from Rodfield to the mud bridge. And that will take it from the 1-lane road in each direction to a 4-lane with center turn lanes, better lighting, sidewalks, and so on.
But none of those funds included reconstruction monies for the mud bridge itself.
No, it didn't, but you may recall in a recent council meeting, TxDOT has grant funded $20 million, a similar number, $20 million for the replacement of that bridge, of mud bridge. It was earmarked for 2026 or so, and Ernesto and team are working with them to see if we can advance that money sooner to replace the bridge entirely.
So TxDOT would completely reconstruct the bridge?
Yes, they would.
Okay.
It's,
so these repairs are temporary to get us to that point?
Yes, sir. A couple of years, we'll need it still.
Okay. And I'm asking you questions I already know the answer to.
That's good. No, it's good to point
I
out
just want to
that to
make
the
sure that the public understands where we are with this and how important this is. And then the final question is, I think Shirley already left, why do we call it the mud bridge?
A lot of mud there.
From being down there, Councilman?
Maybe we should figure out
probably.
somebody that we like that we could name the bridge after.
Well, I mean, that is a good point to bring up because the working conditions are very muddy. That Oso Bay, at that point, there's a lot of different water systems happening. You have the Oso Bay that can back up into the Oso Creek where the bridge is.
Right.
You also have the Corpus Christi Bay that can back into the Oso and then into the mud.
Maybe we'll call it the Greg Smith Bridge or something like that.
Yeah, that would be a good Right. It is very muddy there, though. It's a very muddy situation. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank you for the update to the community. I know you all have been doing that quite regularly, and that's very important, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Peter and Ernest, if you'll please explain for the public to know along those same lines, we recognize that the urgency of these repairs are great. This whole thing, it affects thousands of residents who live off of Yorktown and or get to Flower Bluff every day, whether it's school, work, what have you, by way of Yorktown. But would you please explain, one of the first things I asked was, can we work in the evenings? Can we go ahead and, if we needed to, the cost increase, right? If there was a cost increase to work during the night to expedite these repairs, can we do that? And I know you all looked into it, but I'd like, because I've had that inquiry from several residents. So just for the public knowledge, for them to know, could you go into, the efforts that you did make and why we are not able to do that?
Yes, Mayor. So we spoke with Anderson and Columbia, asked them about all possibilities to accelerate the construction timeline. They did mention that there were major safety concerns with working at night underneath the bridge because you are in a water environment, tide varies, and then also the ability to get lighting underneath that bridge. And so the contractor told us that that was not an option. They did, however, recommend that they could go with concurrent work. So we have both sides of the bridge trying to do that concurrently at the same time, as well as our subcontractor that will be doing the piling work. If they can do that work concurrently while we're working on the channel banks. And so they do know the sense of urgency and the impact to everybody in Corpus Christi.
Okay, so, right, and to be clear, a lot of this work has to be done, it's under the water. So that is the big issue. And we would think, you and me, well, why can't we work on weekends? We're fixing a bridge. It's underwater, and that makes the situation more complex. Now, were we going to be able to work Saturdays?
They are going to try to get out there on Saturdays.
On Saturdays.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sundays still, if they can get workforce out on Sundays, they will.
Great.
But for the
Great.
most part, they're going to try
Okay.
to work on Saturdays.
And
Yes,
my
ma'am.
point is that there is a sense of urgency, and we recognize that having to go home and taking a different route that's going to give an extra or take you an extra 30 to 40 minutes, we recognize that. And we are doing everything that we can, which is why I just asked those questions. Everything that we can is what we're doing now, which would include hopefully Saturdays and Sundays, if at all possible. So thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Ernie. One thing maybe we could consider is moving that bridge to District 3. That seems to be a little bit more mud.
Great.
But, no, that name goes back probably a century before there was access to the Naval Air Station. Historically, that you went over Mud Bridge, and this current bridge was a wooden bridge before that, and then there was that replaced another bridge before that, and like you said, very muddy on there. Ernie, I want to thank you for everything you're doing on that. I know we have two really very different things, rebuilding the header banks on there as opposed to the structural concrete with it. As we talked last Monday, that bridge was designed at freshwater, not a saltwater spec with it, so that's why we're seeing some of the deterioration in the piling with it. But a lot of times when TxDOT does, they did the 2019 inspection on there that right now it's got unlimited weight. Is there a possibility after the analysis that you could weight restrict it there, kind of follow along TxDOT's guidelines?
Yes, so we, after the assessment and then speaking to our structural engineer, I do know that there's an option for load zoning the bridge.
Yeah.
And we could have those communications with TxDOT as necessary depending on where we land after the repairs.
Okay. And kind of in more normal speak on this, you have signs on no trucks over a certain weight on there, but you're able to allow the lighter weight. And you go out in the country, you see that a lot on a lot of rural type structures that are weight restricted on there. And then completely off task with it, but we had the comment on the swimming pool. Peter, we had a great history in this city of the New Year's Day 2-mile swim done at Collier. And we did that for decades. And I was kind of disappointed to see that even the pools closed where you'd open up the caller times on January the 2nd, and it always had a picture of Collier Pool of people up to 80-something years old doing that 2-mile swim. And that was one of many kind of swim elements that we have. So one other bit of history, Michael, you're not going to have to listen to me anymore on history lessons, but
Hey, I love it. Actually, the other Mike, was asking about the history of the mud bridge right before you started talking. So you're giving us all the history. We appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. Well, thanks, Ernie. I know y'all are working as hard as you possibly can, and for myself and all the citizens in the Bluff and on the other side, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Last month, on November 15th, we approved an agreement with TxDOT for the Highway Bridge Replacement Rehabilitation Program, and there was two bridges discussed, the Mud Bridge as well as an Ocean Drive Bridge going over Oso Bay. However, the scheduling of that was that the Oso Bridge was in 2025 and the Mud Bridge was in 2026. After that meeting, we discussed possibly flipping that. And I was wondering if you got any, because now with this particular situation, it makes it more imperative. Have we gotten to that? Did we get with TxDOT to make that switch?
No, not yet. I mean, no, we're working with them and asking those questions, but a decision hasn't been made yet.
Okay, we thought about it back then, but now that we have this situation, it's probably probably more imperative to get that repaired. And just for reference, we're talking about TxDOT's portion of it is $18.7 million, and ours is $1.5 million. I think that would go a long way, and I think we're going to widen it as well to 4 lanes.
Mhm.
Right. So I think maybe we should do that sooner rather than later, and should be a priority for us too.
You are, aren't you?
Yeah, it is a priority. We're working on it, but there's a lot of,
Okay.
it's just not, we'll
Just
have
want to
an
make
answer.
sure it's top of mind.
It is.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
If it wasn't, he wouldn't be here.
Well, like I said, I wanted to bring it up to make sure that we push for that to get the mud bridge
Yeah, that's a good
fixed.
point to highlight again, Councilman.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, that concludes it. Thank you,
Great.
Ernest, for your
Thank you, Ernesto, and your
presentation.
team. Mayor, just 2 other quick items on the
Yes.
city manager report. One is on the United Way charitable campaign. You may recall in November, we challenged the city organization, all 4,000 employees, to contribute to the United Way. The United Way provides much needed dollars to those in need across our region. There's 64 local nonprofit agencies that benefit from the United Way.
How many?
64. And not only in Nueces County, but San Patricio and 8 surrounding counties. So the United Way suggested we look at a $120,000 pledge this year because of the economy. But our team, led by Laura Garcia, one of our executives, helped galvanize the team, said let's try for 130. But during my city manager's report, I changed that to 135,000. And on this graphic that we're going to put up, I'm proud to announce that the city exceeded all challenges, including mine, and raised 155,000. Yeah, this is great.
Very good.
This is an increase of over 20,000 from the goal. And when I was appointed city manager about 4 years ago, we were pledging around 78,000 or so. So we have almost doubled our contributions as a city organization, and I'm proud of that, and I've told our team that as well, but I wanted the council to know and the community to know. I did want Libby Averett, who's here, to come up and say a few words on our great working relationship that we have. We know Libby Averett is with the United Way Coastal Bend, and Libby, thanks for being here this morning.
Sure, thank you, and this couldn't have happened, obviously, without City Manager Zanoni's leadership. I want to also thank the Libraries Department, which really stepped up and took a leadership role in getting this organized and working with our team. We have a really wonderful working relationship with the city staff and employees to get this done. You know, it struck me as I was listening to the invocation about the phrase, to lead well and love well, right? He repeated that a couple of times, and I thought that's so descriptive of, I think, what we try to do with the United Way work, the campaigns, the fundraising that we do, and that I know you all try to do, and the hundreds of city employees we have who support us and support the community by, helping us raise more than $140,000. $150,000 obviously did really well, but with that we're able to help more than 140,000 people a year. So the impact is vast, and we're just so appreciative for the support and the continued growth that you've shown. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Libby. And then, Mayor, one final item. We know that Christmas is coming up and New Year's, but we want to think forward a little bit to January. And because on January 16th will be the 37th annual Martin Luther King commemorative march. And it'll get here sooner than later. We're already preparing. When I was appointed again city manager 4 years ago, not too long after that, the city finally recognized this as a holiday. This is now a holiday for city employees. It was a federal holiday back in 1986, but with Mayor Guajardo, then a large council member, and the entire council, we made that a holiday. So January will mark the 60th anniversary of Dr. King's I've Had a Dream speech. And so one other thing is that the march years ago would rotate in starting points from the county courthouse to City Hall, but recently it's been all at the county courthouse. But the committee who's here with me this morning, Nakilia Prayday, as well as Stephanie Rhodes are here. They're going to say a few words, but they've agreed to start the march here at City Hall. And so we're working to make it a very special march because it has a significant year mark to it. There'll be more than just a march. There'll be events leading up to the march. And the day of the march on January 16, we want people to put that on their calendars now to join us. There'll be events here at City Hall to include a speaker series on the 6th floor and events outside. So let's just real quick have Nakilia and Stephanie come up and just say a few words. And Nakilia, I guess just you're coming up. And just say a few words. We appreciate the partnership we have with Nakilia and her team. And tell us a little bit more, Nakilia.
Okay. Good morning, or good afternoon now, Council, and thank you, City Manager Peter Zanoni. My name is Nakilia Pradier. I'm currently the president of the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And as the City Manager mentioned, our sorority now is entering our 37th year of organizing and hosting the MLK March, commemorative march and celebration, as we like to call it. City Manager Zanoni is right in that past years it has started at City Hall. More recently, probably in most people's recent memories, the starting point was at the county courthouse. But we are now happy to launch this new partnership with the city and start things here at City Hall, and we will still culminate the march at the Church of the Good Shepherd. This is really a passion project of our sorority. We are very happy to be the organizers of this and sort of be the torchbearer of making sure that Dr. King's legacy continues to live and is definitely recognized and honored here in the Corpus Christi community, so we appreciate that. And speaking of our new partnership with the city, of course, I want to thank the city manager, Peter Zanoni. Also want to recognize Sony Peronell, who has helped us a lot. Other city staff, Corey Hardiman, has been very instrumental in organizing our meetings and making sure that we stay on point with all of the things that we need to do. And a fun fact, his mom, Marcia Hardiman, who is one of our sorority sisters and a charter member of our chapter, was pretty much the lead organizer of this event for many, many years. So it's been a pleasure to work with Corey on this event as well. Also, the Director of Communications, Logan Cobbs, has been very helpful in terms of just jumping right in and helping us and assisting us with any communication needs that we have. And also Marketing Manager, Cecilia Orozco. And I know both of those ladies have just recently started, but they have not wasted any time in making sure that they offer up their services and their talents to make sure that we grow this event and make it bigger and better. It's always been a great community event. We've always been humbled and honored by the turnout, but we want more. We want to see more people out, and we definitely want everybody in the community to feel like they are a part of it. So again, the march will happen on Monday, January 16th. Our intention is to start a short program around 11:30 so that we can go ahead and start the march around noon. But again, prior to that, we're going to have a couple of programs. On Thursday the 12th, we'll have a virtual social justice program, and we'll be posting details about that on our Facebook page. So if you don't follow us already, Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, please find us. And then also on Sunday before the holiday, we'll host an interfaith prayer service at Brooks Worship Center. That'll start at 6 p.m. And then, of course, we have our Monday programs. I also want to acknowledge a couple of other community organizations who will be hosting events that weekend. That'll be the Black Chamber of Commerce. They'll have a prayer breakfast on Saturday morning. And then the NAACP will have their annual MLK banquet that Saturday evening, and more details will be out about that. So this really is a community effort. Again, the city's partnership has been vital in just making sure that we continue to grow it and really make it befitting of what Dr. King deserves and to make sure that his legacy lives on. So Thank you for the time, for allowing me to speak. And I want to acknowledge Stephanie Rhodes in her absence. She's the vice president of our chapter, but she's also an educator. So she's one of the many who I'm sure are counting down the days to Christmas break. She's very busy right now. But Stephanie has long been involved in putting together the details for this event. And she will be very busy leading up to that day. So again, thank you for the time, really appreciate it, and look forward to seeing everybody in the community come out for the various events. And I know we'll be working more with the city to make sure that the word gets out, that we're starting at City Hall this year, and that we'll have a lot of great programs leading up to the march. So thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Nikila.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Great.
wonderful.
Yeah.
And it's very
Right.
fitting, and we're super proud to recognize that day. It is very important, and it's an honor for that walk to start right here. Thank you.
Rebecca, would you please be sure we have a calendar of all the events so you can send calendar invites to all of us so we won't.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will. I'll
For
do that.
those of us who have very, very short memories, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Councilman Pusley. As you heard, Nikila, there's quite a few events leading up to the Monday, so we'll make sure, there'll be a program guide as well that has them all, but we'll make sure they're on your calendar. Yeah, thank you for asking about that.
Good.
Mayor, thank you.
you.
That concludes the city manager's report
Wonderful.
for today. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to section I, which is our consent agenda items 6 through 31. So if any council member would like to pull any items 6 through 31, I will be pulling item number, 23, 27, and 31. Anyone else?
Mayor, I'd like to pull number 6, number 16, and 17.
Okay, number 6, number 16, and number 17.
And, Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 20, please.
Item number 20. Anyone else? Yes.
Mayor, you and I had talked, and
Yes.
you would, based on your guidance, we would like to remove from this agenda item number 17.
Right. We're
And
pulling
we're-
item
we're
number
gonna put
17
that-
off
We need
for
to spend a
future.
little more time with the council members, and
Yes.
and we'll put that on a January council meeting. So
Okay.
number 17 will be not on this agenda for today.
Okay. And then who else had one? Yes, sir.
ma'am. 18, 19, 26, 29, and 31.
26, 29,
And 31.
and 31's already pulled. Okay. This is, okay. Okay, I think we have them all. Yes. So I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items numbers 23, 27, 31, 6, 16, 17, number 20, 18, 19, 26, and 29. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So what we will do before we go into half of the consent agenda, we're going to go ahead in the spirit of time and our cadets being here with us today, I'm going to go ahead and pull item number 37, which is a one-reading ordinance authorizing a construction contract to Fulton Coastcon General Contractors of Corpus Christi, Texas, for the construction of the Police Training Academy in an amount of $21,154,706, and authorize a professional services contract amendment number 3 to Turner Ramirez and Associates Incorporated, Corpus Christi, Texas, to provide construction phase services.
Mayor,
So
and
we
for the,
will-
oh, I'm so
I'm
sorry.
so sorry. That's
For
okay.
the record, Councilmember Barrera will be recusing himself on this
Okay.
item.
Okay, he'll be recusing. So we're going to hear this item, Rebecca, and then we will more than likely break for lunch and come back and do those consent items. Okay. Let me see here. Good morning, afternoon, Chief Markle.
Good afternoon.
Yes, afternoon. Okay, thank you. Hi, Ratna.
Hello.
Do we need to wait for city manager? Or?
Also Josh. I'm looking for Josh Cromley.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, darn.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, and city manager. I'm Ratna Pottamuthu. I'm the Assistant Director of the Project Management Engineering Services. I'm here to present the Police Training Academy item today. This item awards a construction contract to Fulton Coast Guard General Contractors of Corpus Christi and a professional services agreement amendment number 3 to Turner Remedies and Associates for construction phase services and support. I'll be pulling the presentation.
Okay. Is this you, Greg? Is that you?
No.
Oh.
This slide shows the location of the Police Training Academy. The facility is located on Del Mar South Campus. On the west portion, it's on a 9-acre parcel. This slide shows the location, another view of the Police Training Academy. It's right across the fire station number 17. This slide shows the rendering of the Police Training Academy. The new Police Training Academy will be the first real police training academy that the city has ever had. This slide shows the project scope. The total construction budget for this facility is around $21.15 million. The facility has 2 stories with 35,000 square feet. The facility has large training rooms, classrooms, administration offices, resource rooms, research libraries, break rooms, armory, physical training spaces, and secure patrol car parking. This facility also has 4-lane, 400-meter running track, which is on the bid alternate number 1. This slide shows the little history about the bids that we received for this project. This project was initially advertised for bids in July-August timeframe of 2022, but the bids were canceled because of the budget constraints. The project was advertised for bids again in October, November, and then it shows the original bids and the rebids and the variants that we have received. The original bids were for $20 million and the rebids for $19.91 million, and the variance is around $613,000. The bid alternate number 1, which is a running track for 8 lanes, was around $1.82 million with the original bid, and with the rebid, we reduced the scope to 4 lanes, which was around $1.23 million, and the variance was around $585,000. The overall bids with the bid alternate, the original bid was around $22.354 million, and then the rebid was around $21.154 million, and the variance was around $1.19 million. This slide shows the project schedule with the bid award in December of this year. The project will be completed by June 2024. This slide talks about the change orders and the reporting specific to this project. The city has a change order policy approved by council in August 2015. The change order policy states that city manager or designee can approve up to $100,000 per change order. The cumulative amount cannot exceed 25% of the contract value, which is close to around $5 million for this project. The change order, for this project, a request has been made that will require council approval for change orders greater than $25,000. This is due to the budget constraints on this project. So as you're seeing every change order that's greater than $25,000 will be coming to City Council for approval. And staff will also provide monthly updates on all the change orders happened during that month. These changes are just specific to this project due to the budget constraints. That concludes my presentation, and Josh is going to talk about some additional information about the bids.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is the contractor here today? The contractor, is he here today? Are they there represented today or no? I'm just curious. Or
On
Fulton.
Fulton? Fulton?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Huh?
They're not here?
They
Okay.
planned on it, well, they didn't anticipate it being pulled. They're en route right now.
Oh, maybe they didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, they're en route.
They were going to be here, you know, they thought it'd be later. Can you call them and tell
Sure.
them they need to get over here?
I was just curious if they were in the audience. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor and Council, thank you. As you were made aware of during the public comment, and it was my intention to bring this to you today, that we have received a notice of a bid protest by one of the bidders. And what they were asking is a little atypical from a typical bid protest, which usually they're asking for an overturn of the action. They're asking us to change a decision that we made, and instead, this protest asked us to please verify some of the information regarding the low bidder due to some perceived ambiguity with the bid for both base and alternative one. Sorry, I was running. City staff has already received verbal verification from our low bidder that they intend to stand by their bid, and that the items in which there was some perceived ambiguity on, he did include in his base bid and his alternate bid. So we'll feel comfortable with that. Staff has also worked with legal to put together some additional language that would allow us but prior to executing the contract, we would make sure we get written verification from the low bidder that they stand by their number. And then just in case, we're including some language in the ordinance that we're passing today that would allow us to move on to another bidder if we were unable to come to an amenable agreement.
So Josh, just to maybe recap here, so the protest was actually on the other bidder's bids?
Correct, sir.
And the other bidder, or the low bidder, Fulton Construction, has said to you verbally, and you're going to get it in writing, that we stand by our bid?
Correct. I spoke directly with Michael Lippincott.
Okay,
yes.
so would your assessment then of Teal's objection, would it be rendered, I don't know what the word is, did they have any merit, Teal's objection? Is it standing, or would you dismiss it?
I don't think this particular protest calls for an action to be taken. It just it asked for us to have that discussion. It didn't ask for us to take direct action.
Okay, and you had the discussion. It came in at what time today?
I received the email notifying us they were going to do a protest at 9:45 a.m.
9:45
And
this
then
morning?
at
Okay.
10:25, I received the actual protest.
Okay. I just want the council to understand that. So there's not, that basically the protest has been handled. There's no reason to change the recommendation today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean,
Construction?
we've done our due diligence here. We've taken the
And you
precautions.
work with
in
our
order to
legal
protect the
department as
city.
well?
Yes, sir.
And Miles, what's your assessment, Miles?
Yeah, and I'd like to point out, if anybody has that protest letter in front of them, it says the form of relief requested is verification that the competitor is including these scope items in their proposal, or if not, consideration of an amended bid form from Teal Construction removing these costs so that the bids may be evaluated on an apples-to-apples basis. And what Josh is saying is that we did verify verbally that the competitor, that is Fulton Construction, did include those scope items in their proposal, and therefore it's appropriate to award the bid to Fulton Construction as they are the low bidder.
To recommend it, right?
To recommend it. And we actually have some language, and we're going to get them to verify that in writing to make sure that they're not going to ask for a change order later. And that could be, and they have to commit that. And what it says and how we would recommend amending the ordinance would add the language, if the low bidder fails to execute a contract for this construction, the city manager or designee is authorized to execute a contract for construction with the next lowest bidder. So if they fail to give us that verification and they fail to execute a contract knowing that that is required, that we have the opportunity to then go down to the next lowest bidder.
All right, right, yeah, thanks, Miles. But we have confidence that Fulton's going to deliver what they said verbally today, which is a written letter to verify that.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, that's all I had, Mayor. And then just to point out, the developer, the contractor is here, Mr. Lippincott and his team from Fulton Construction. Thank you.
Where are they? Right here. Oh. Okay. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So Josh, I guess you got the letter, what, a couple of hours ago on this?
Yes, sir.
With it, these questions that they're asking, shouldn't they have asked those questions prior to turning their bid in if they had any questions?
We did have a question and answer phase that was open for about 2 weeks. There would have been ample opportunity to ask those. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so if you've got a question on what is included in a unit price or what's not, that's the time to address them, not 2 hours before we're set to award the contract.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess I can't say how disappointed I am. In fact, that we're putting any language in at all. This is a slippery slope. You can look at the bid, you know, this is unit price bid on there. So metal pan, stairs, and railing. Fulton bid $279,000, Teal bid $37,000. So if the bid was the other way, do we want Fulton coming in and say, whoops, I goofed on that, maybe the scope wasn't right? With that, you can, you know, go, there's so many on there. So rough carpentry, Fulton bid $109,000, Teal bid $44,000. I think there's more instances that Fulton could come through there and make this argument, but this is an argument that shouldn't be before this body. If a contractor like Teal that has bid many jobs, these questions need to be asked before you turn the bid in. Not come in 2 hours before we're ready to award a contract on something that's been pushed back and back. I don't support adding any language in there because we need to honor the process and not let people come up here, try to put their feelings because they didn't get the low bid on there with it on there. We've got a completely legitimate contractor sitting there on it with it, and like I say, I'm extremely disappointed that we are even considering this at all, since Teal had all the time in the world to address it before they turned the bid in. If they thought something was in there, like he said, well, I loaded it up because I didn't know. Well, why didn't he ask that question then? So I do not support any language in there for this reason.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood because I'm confused by what Councilman Smith said. During the public comment, he had mentioned that there was some ambiguity and he asked questions about it and that they were told him just to submit. Was that incorrect? Did he not address those ambiguities with you?
No, sir. I've never had a conversation about those. I think what he may have been referring. I think what he may have been referring to is that before they were entering them into the CivCast system, there was particularly something about alternate 9, and my staff gave him direction to not worry about alternate 9 on the particular piece that he was hung up on.
Okay, so he did mention that he did bring something up beforehand, so.
Yes, it was
wanna make
after the
sure-
question and answer phase, but right before he submit his bid submission, it had to do with alternate 9.
Okay, so I just wanted to clear that, because I heard something different from what you said earlier, okay. How much was the original budget for this project?
It was around 16 million.
So we're going over about 4 million, a little over 4 million, not counting the change for
Yes,
the
sir.
track. Okay, and it was, I've got to say, I've been kind of disappointed with this whole process. I mean, it's just been, it has not been smooth, and it's put our chief of police in a bad spot, from having to deal with this, and I apologize for that. I know this is part of the sausage making of politics, I guess, or city government. But in your comments, if we don't receive this letter of verification with that information, then we go on to the next bidder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm glad, do you need an amendment to have that other language in there? Is that something we have to amend separately, including the change order information?
I think the change order would be we're recommending it, so it'd be part of the motion.
Okay.
The council, Rotner presented it, but we are recommending for this project because of the budget constraints.
Right.
A different change order limitation. Today, the city manager staff has a $100,000 change order maximum before we have to come to city council for
Right.
approval. This one, because of the size of the budget and the
Right.
budget constraints, we're reducing that to 25,000, meaning we have the ability to execute a change order up to 25,000. Anything beyond that needs city council approval. And
Okay.
we're recommending that as part of this and working with Councilman Hernandez. So that would be part of the motion, Councilman.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I'd just like to address some change orders, a project that I'm pretty familiar with that Fulton Construction did. It's Bayfront Park. So I guess this wouldn't fall under those limits, but I think everybody ought to be aware of this. So Fulton Construction, there was a change order for $0 to add 75 palm trees with there. Fulton charged nothing. If you drive by that park on there and you see every day people are playing basketball over that covered area, that was another change order that Fulton did for $0. They paid for that coverage. And then the last change order that they did on that park was improvements to the volleyball courts. So I think the public and everybody ought to know about what Fulton's change orders are like. So that's some of the examples that we have seen.
Yeah. State your light.
Yes, I understand that, but, in terms of what we're charged with here as city council is budget and oversight. Because this project is so far over budget from the original budget side, it's important for us to have visibility to these types of change orders. Now, I understand the zero change orders won't come to this body, and nor should it. But anything that's significant a dollar amount really needs to come to us because of because we're doing this on certificates of obligation. We're putting our taxpayers in debt by only our approval. We're not getting their vote for it. And I've had many conversations about this and my displeasure of using certificates of obligation. We have over $100,000 in certificates of obligation now. So it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we are watching the dollars. I'm sorry, 100 million, misspoke, 100 million in certificates of obligation. So it's imperative that we monitor this very closely to make sure we're guarding the taxpayer dollar. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And I will end, and then we'll go into public comment. There is absolutely nothing wrong, and I doubt the contractor, unless you have other things to say about it, would care about those amendments, or what are they called? Change orders, come to council. They absolutely should. This is a historic day for this training academy. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing. And oversight over the tax dollar is, I know that's not what you're saying, Councilman Smith, but there is nothing wrong. It's $4 million over. We're going to make it happen. But there's nothing wrong with us making certain that we know every step of the way, if there are even some that need to be, are provided oversight over by this body. That is our job. So I'm very excited about this. This is a wonderful day. We're going to keep it a wonderful day. Thank you all cadets for being here. The contractor, Mr. Lippincott, thank you for being here. We look forward to this going as smooth as possible because there will be quite the oversight on this project. It is forever, and we know what it means. We know what it means for you, Chief Markle. Thank you to staff. Thank you, all of you, for all the part that everyone had in this. So it's going to be wonderful in the end. Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the mayor, and I agree also with Peter changing the language on this. I greatly appreciate that. Councilman Hernandez, I agree with you. This is definitely a historical day for the city of Corpus Christi and the police department, Chief. I back you guys 100% no matter what, on this project here. But once again, we need to make sure that we spend the taxpayers' money correctly. And by being $4 million over budget, that's a big dollar amount. And we need to show the public that we are accountable for that money. And this council needs to have an oversight on any change order. I'm glad that the city manager worked that out for us as far as that we will look at it over anything over 25,000. I think it's important that the council is aware of that each and every day since we are over budget on this project, but it's a project needed no matter what. Chief, you in the police department have been living in a little shack, training our people, our police force in this little bitty shack that I've seen many times, and I'm appalled by it. It should have been done 20 years ago, but it's not. So this council is taking charge of that, and we're moving forward, and I will be supporting this project with the changes that City Manager Peter Zanoni had brought up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Zanoni, did you have something?
Right, Mayor, thank you. I just did want to add, because as you mentioned it, this is a historic day. And Councilman Lerma, you summarized exactly what I was going to say. This is the first time in this city's history that we're going to have a police training academy. That alone should tell the story. We have never had one.
Right.
We've had makeshift accommodations.
Right.
We know how cold it is today and how cold it's going to get. Our cadets today use porta potties for restroom facilities because it's an inadequate setup right now. So this is going to set us up for better training. Our cadets, we're real fortunate they still train with us given all the circumstances, but
It just makes them tougher.
what's that?
I say it just makes them tougher. Let's not
Right.
dwell on all of the negative. We're about to
Well,
get
we just need to make it for the record. So our 80, I guess it'll be the 84th or so, 85th class, will get to use the brand-new academy. This is a legacy project for this city council, for this community, for Chief Markle. This is a significant day. I just want to highlight that as a
Yes.
city manager. I'm proud
Yes.
of this project. I'm proud of the cadets that we have and future ones to come that'll get to use this new facility. We need to thank Philip Ramirez of Ramirez Turner Architects for coming up with a real nice design. We also want to point out that this is in partnership with Del Mar, who is saving taxpayer dollars. We have a low-cost lease for many years. They've done a lot of infrastructure work already that we don't have to do and double spend taxpayer money, so it's saving taxpayer money. We're training cadets on the grounds of a well-established junior college.
Right.
And so our cadets can not only become police officers, but they can also consider, hey, maybe I'm going to get an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree because of their grounds that they're on. So I just want to highlight those. Thank Chief Markle for his leadership on this and for the council's historic day vote today.
Thank you, Peter. And I don't want to leave out the president of the POA who's sitting in the back of the room in his normal spot, Scott Leeton. Thank you for your advocacy and for your efforts in making this come to fruition as well. We're all today we are all ensuring public safety for years to come. So thank you. Chief Markle, would you like to say anything?
I would. I'll tell this council that despite the contention that there may be around this on some issues, that this is a council that has saw its way through hurricanes, pandemics, massive disrepair in our city. And this is the council that is shepherding its police department into the future. It's more than just a building. It's an investment in your police department, in this community's police department. You are the ones who listened. This is not a new mantra. This is not a new song and dance for this academy. But this is a new group. And I've joked, but it's a loving joke, that I just happened to be in the last few years in an environment where the stars have lined up, where true power and true vision and the ability to roll up sleeves and get things done has all come together. And this is what happens when those elements come together. And I take no offense, Councilman, to any. You say you put me in a hot seat. No, not in a hot seat at all.
Yeah.
I'm always happy to be in a hot seat if it's for the right thing. This doesn't bother me one iota. I haven't lost a lick of sleep over this because I know that the strength is there to get it done, and I know that these cadets, being in the environment right behind me, understand what I'm talking about. And this community does. So I can't thank you all enough, city manager, mayor, council, all of you who've had the fortitude to plow through it despite any misgivings you might have. City staff, engineers, all of you have done a tremendous job. Scott Leeton, POA president, who's worked as hard, right? He's not up here getting credit like he probably should. I asked him to sit up here. He didn't want to do it. But I want you to know that your actions have not gone unseen. Okay, they're very, very much appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Markle.
On that note, I
With
want to
that-
make a motion, we approve this.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, we're
No,
going to...
no, I'm going to make a motion, Mayor. I have the ability to do that, so I'm going to.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask y'all to use your lights because we have to
I
open
don't have to
public
use my light
comment.
to make a motion.
I'm sorry? I'm going to go ahead and move on. I'd like to open public comment. Come on down.
I'd like to be the second on the motion, just so that when we do vote on it, I'd be the second.
I was kind of hoping I could make the motion.
No.
Scott Leeton, 3122 Leopard. I want to thank the mayor and the council and the city manager. Y'all have made a commitment to the community and to the police department since all of y'all came in and were sworn in. You started that by refurbishing the Flower Bluff substation, which quite honestly was a dump. You've worked on the bond proposal to get a new South Side substation, so thank you very much, District 5. And then there's the bond issue to start working on the Annabelle substation. And quite honestly, we've never had a new building for the police department, whether it's the police department headquarters itself, when we did a bond, and instead we got a shell. It is what it is. We keep moving forward. We got the new Holly building that was never designed to be a police station, and here we are using it as a substation. And so when this was said that today is a historic moment, it is. This is the first true academy, and we need to launch this as something that we can all be proud of. Not just a building, this is a building that we take pride in, and it is one that is something that we should be sharing with the community. We should have other communities looking at us going, holy moly, look what they have. And that happened in San Antonio about 25 years ago when everybody here at CCPD was driving by the academy on 410 going, oh my gosh, we die to have something like that. Now we're going to have it. So we should all be taking pride in that. Billy, you mentioned the shack. I was in that shack 38 years ago when I went through the academy. And this will be something that will bring young people to our department. And the thing that I have to choke down the most is the fact that those folks right now have to use Skiddo cans when it's going to be 25 degrees here on Friday, or when it's 101 degrees on August, and that won't be that way anymore. So I appreciate everything y'all have done. Your commitment is there to this community and the police department. And I forgot one other thing that's very important. Y'all also gave us 25 additional officers in one budgeted year. That is something we've never seen here and don't see in most communities across the United States. So thank you very much. We appreciate everything you do. I'll go through the formalities. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Birthday. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Would anyone else like to make public comment? Okay, I'll close public comment. Oh, yes, ma'am. Come on down.
Thank you. I'm Lenora Keys. I'm here to represent Del Mar College. And we can't say how much we welcome you, and we're so thrilled that you made the decision to put this academy on Oso Creek campus. We see this as a great opportunity to work together and to serve the community, and just say thank you, and thank you for choosing us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Leonora. Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And we have a motion and a second. Councilman Smith.
Okay.
We've got a few lights, sorry.
I appreciate what everybody has said. When I talked to Chief Markle, you know, we have a quality academy and we get quality police on there. And the community policing that we do with it, I can't tell you how much in my 6 years. I appreciate that. I look at all of you future Corpus Christi police officers out there. You look like a great bunch, and you can be kind of going, well, when the new ones come in, I was the tough ones that made it through. You guys don't know how hard we had it on there. But I think this is a really great day there. I was a little bit wound up earlier because I saw here's a chance we may slip this thing a little bit further. With that, to me, that's very frustrating because we need to get this done. It's been needed for not years, but decades. A reward to our police, to the POA, to our community, to making sure we maintain that great community policing that we've done. We know it is over budget on there, but everything's over budget with it too. So I appreciate, watching the dollars, but that's just where we are in 22 and we'll continue to see in 23. But I support this 100%, and I'm so glad that the last council meeting that I'm actively taking a part in, I have the honor to vote to build this great police academy that will serve this city for decades to come.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Other than the second, just want to add to Mr. Leeton's comment. We also have the budget to do this great accomplishment this time. As we forget, we had to work really hard during the water boils to have a $680 million budget to this record-breaking one. So for someone who's been here for a while, we tried to get you a school before. We just didn't have the money. And this has been a goal. The mayor has led this, and we really appreciate you guys. And we also appreciate y'all coming here to City Hall, because I can tell you, if you come in here with a great, modest presentation like you've done, you get things done here. If you come and you complain about taking signs down everywhere, you have a little bit more difficult time. So, appreciate you all. Hopefully we got some Mustangs in there. King Mustangs? Not one?
Nope.
Chief, what are you doing?
Are you tigers?
Gosh, we've got some
Tigers?
bucks. Oh, yeah. Ah,
What else do we have?
Put them on the south side or something. But thank you all very much. And I did want to say hello to my what would you call it? Shaq versus David Robinson, except you're twins, so it's like two Shaqs. I used to play basketball against these two guys, Michael and Jason, and I was as tall as them. Problem is, I stopped growing in the 8th grade, and now they're 7 feet tall.
Michael.
But I just wanted to acknowledge that. It's good to see you guys, and some of you Carroll guys that are coming back, hopefully you'll stay as long as these two, because as soon as they graduated, they came back to help their local community. And I hope that we can keep y'all in the police department for as long as we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to second
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pusley's motion.
Okay. We still have a few comments. Councilman Pusley?
Yes, thank. I want to say a big thank you to Del Mar College for their commitment to this. I have no idea how many hundreds of thousands of dollars it would have cost us to secure a piece of property to build a facility like this, to have a large enough place to do it. I would suspect it would be in the millions to do that. And so that's a big commitment, and we sincerely appreciate Del Mar College's participation on this. And this is a historic day, and we're so very happy to be able to do this, to have the money to do it, and to be able to move this project forward. As Mr. Leeton said, we've added police officers in this last budget year. The year before that, we added 10 officers, I believe. So over the course of 2 budget years, we've added 35 officers.
5 before that and 0 before that.
So this council has had a real commitment to law enforcement. And I want to tell you, to go along with that, when we were all on the campaign trail, there's one clear message that we receive from this community, and that is that they're concerned about their well-being and their safety, and law enforcement is number one in this community. So it's very important to the people who live here. And so we need to be sure that we're taking care of that and making sure that public safety is a number one issue for us. So thank you all very much. Thank you to the officers for being here today. We appreciate that.
Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. This decision today is going to forever change the direction of this police department in a more positive way, more than what it's already moving in. I remember 6 years ago walking into the existing academy and surprised that Chief Markle, you and your staff are able to produce the kind of professionals and the quality of professionals out of that building, despite the environment there. And so I'm happy to support this decision today. I think this is going to be one of the most important decisions that this council makes. And so, of course, I am going to support it, support you, Chief Markle, and your professional officers. And thank you, Peter, thank you, and the city staff for seeing this through. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is a kumbaya moment, but I still want to reiterate how disappointed I am in this process. And we need to do better, Peter, on the procurement process of this. Also, because of it's over budget, I want to make sure that our engineering department is very well aware that there's going to be a lot of eyes on this project to make sure it comes in within budget. And there's, because, we need to make sure our police department has a good facility. And so I want to make sure that and I don't want to rain on anybody's parade or anything like that, but like I said, we need to do better because this shouldn't have been this hard. It really shouldn't have been. So, and Mayor, I asked for a roll call vote.
Okay. Is your light on? Okay. Councilman Pusley?
I'm sorry, I
didn't know if
forgot
you
to do
left.
one thing, and I wanted to thank Fulton Coast Con for their commitment to this project, and I'm quite confident this will be a great project for this community, so thank you very much.
Rebecca, let's go ahead and we'll do a roll call. We have a motion and a second.
So for passage of ordinance number 37 on one reading, Councilmembers Molina,
Aye.
Pusley, Smith,
Aye.
Barrera abstains, Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Lerma,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
and Mayor Guajardo.
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
I
you,
want to say
Chief
that
Markle.
again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Markle, and thank you, cadets, for being here. Okay, so with that, I think what we'll do is we'll go and break for lunch, and then we'll return and take care of the other consent agenda items.
Mayor, we're going to do, Mayor.
It's not very loud. Hello. The council is now going to go into executive session on item number 48 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.072. And we will return. Okay, thank you. And we'll go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And I'm going to go ahead and bring, we've got some action. I'm going to move item number 39 and 40. Item number, I'll go and read it. Item number 39 is a one reading ordinance authorizing execution of all documents necessary to acquire approximately 12.4 acres of real property and 11.3 acres of easements from Flint Hills Resource Corpus Christi LLC and related entities across property owned by said company and related entities at or near Nueces Bay Boulevard and Broadway Street, extending into the Corpus Christi Industrial Canal for public use as water supply projects. And let's see here. Did we want to, yeah, okay, we're going to have a presentation. We'll open public comment and then move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. This very brief presentation is to go over the Inner Harbor Water Supply Project and quickly show you where this is on the map. So it's just south of the corner of Nueces Bay Boulevard and Broadway Street, West Broadway Street, adjacent to directly across the street from Flint Hills. So the cost and basis of the terms of this agreement, it's an agreement between the city and Flint Hill Resources of Corpus Christi to acquire real property and easements. The city will have the right to terminate the contract at any time during the option period, and Flint Hill Resources will have the right to repurchase all property and easement rights within 5 years of closing if the city does not execute contracts to build a desalination facility. Cost and basis of the terms, $5.455 million based on a Val Bridge appraisal, 12.5 acres fee simple property in the amount of $2.38 million at $4.37 per square foot, 11 acres of easements in the amount of $3.075 million. Cost includes non-refundable option period fees. Prior to exercising option and closing the purchase, the city will obtain water rights permit from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, discharge permits from TCEQ, all necessary permits from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, disannexation of the property, authorization to execute a 212 ETJ development agreement, and encumbrance of the full amount of the purchase price of $5.455 million. Recommendations from staff: purchase of the Flint Hills property and associated easements, purchase of the easement from Union Pacific Railroad, and to note, authorize the use of eminent domain if necessary to acquire these properties for public use for water supply projects. So with me today, I have Esteban Ramos, a Corpus Christi Water Manager. I've got Janet Whitehead, Assistant City Attorney, and behind me is John Bell, our Real Estate Attorney, to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 39? I'm sorry, 39. Okay, there being no one, I'll close public comment. Councilman Hernandez, do you have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. In this discussion, I asked for two things before moving forward on that. The estimated cost of this project, since we're operating on costs that were from 3 years ago, and the other one was a better explanation as to brine accumulation in the Inner Harbor, other than more detailed information than what was in the technical document. And I haven't really gotten either. So I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So to Mr. Councilman Hernandez's concerns, Now, I understand this is an option. We're not purchasing the part. How long does this option good for?
Okay. Janet?
The option, it's a 3-year option and then 2 one-year renewals.
Okay.
So a total of 5 years.
If we act on it today and something comes up, then we're not out the property, we're just out the cost of the options.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other lights on. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City of Corpus Christi authorize the execution of all documents necessary and alternatively the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire approximately 12.4 acres of real property and 11.3 acres of easements from Flint Hills Resources, Corpus Christi, LLC, and related entities across property owned by said company and related entities at or near Nueces Bay Boulevard and Broadway Street, extending into the Corpus Christi Industrial Canal for public use for water supply projects.
Okay, do we have a second?
There's so much language in there, it's almost worrisome to second that, but yes, I'll second it.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
We have
Mr.
one no.
Ledema, too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez, did you vote no?
I voted no.
So we have Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Lerma who.
Okay, I'm sorry, we need a record vote for that. My apologies.
Okay, for this one and the next one?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't
Record
know that.
votes. So for passage of ordinance number 39 on first reading, Councilmember Molina?
Aye.
Pusley? Smith?
Aye.
Barrera? Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
Aye.
Lerma?
No.
Martinez? And Mayor Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, ordinance passes.
Thank you. Item number 40 is a one-reading ordinance authorizing execution of all documents necessary to acquire an underground utility easement from Union Pacific Railroad near Broadway Street and Palm Drive. Do we have a presentation for that? or-
No, ma'am, I included that in the original presentation.
Wonderful. Okay, I will go and open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 40? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City of Corpus Christi authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire an underground utility easement across railroad right-of-way near Broadway Street and Palm Drive that does not interfere with transportation by rail carriers or operation of railroad tracks or railroad facilities from Union Pacific Railroad and related entities for public use for water supply projects.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? And now we'll take roll call, starting with Councilman Barrera, please.
Sorry, Mayor, what was the last sentence there, Councilman Martinez?
It's one run-on.
It's all one sentence. Here, I'll let you read it.
Okay, here.
It's just for the
For unrelated entities. Okay, sorry, thought you said something. Second, third.
Okay, it's seconded.
Okay, roll call.
Okay. Mayor, I have a would you mind if I start with Councilmember Molina? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Councilman has yes, go right ahead. You're like, yeah.
So, the way this ordinance read, this is the possible use of eminent domain. It doesn't mean that we're going to use it.
That's correct.
Should we modify that?
This is magic language for this motion that's mandated by the property code. I don't recommend it be modified.
Really? Magic language.
It is magic language that was handed down from us by the legislature. So in order to be able to invoke eminent domain.
Right.
But we would like to voluntarily acquire it from Union Pacific. It's just sometimes dealing with the railroad is bureaucratically difficult.
And
for
the
them.
motion does state authorize the use. It doesn't say requires the use.
Oh, okay, got you. All right, I'm good then.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca?
Okay, so for passage of ordinance number 40 on one reading, Councilmembers Molina?
Aye.
Pusley?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera? Aye. Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Lerma?
No.
Martinez?
Aye.
Mayor Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Did you vote against that, Cal?
I did not. It doesn't encumber any money for us, you know.
Okay.
The
I
last
just wanted
one,
to make sure
the last one put
My
600,
notes are correct.
the last one put $680,000
Still
on the
we
hook. So this one doesn't cost us anything.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we are going to go, thank you, gentlemen. We're going to go back to our pulled consent agenda items. Let's see, let's start with item number 6. Councilman Hernandez, you pulled item number 6.
Yes.
Which is approval of the December 6, 2022 regular meeting minutes.
Yes, I pulled that because on item number 7 from the minutes, it says that I voted in the affirmative, and I looked back at the video. My intent was to vote no, but I realized I didn't vote on that at all. So I'd like to make an amendment to change that from an aye vote to a abstain, since I didn't vote on the item.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The
So-
motion carries.
So then should we approve it as amended? I make a motion to approve as amended.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, and we'll
Thank
go
you.
on, sure. Item number 16 is yours. Wait. You pulled, yes, you pulled 16? Yes, you pulled, item number 16 is case number 10-2204, James Jones, District 2, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 3301 South Staple Street.
And Mayor, I pulled this to vote no on it. I voted no on this item. Just to be consistent, I wouldn't vote for this in my district, so I'm not going to vote for it in somebody else's.
Move to approve.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion carries. Okay. Item number, we pulled number 17, so there is no need. Let's see, let's go to item number 20.
Number 18, Mayor.
Oh, 18, right. I'm not going, yeah, we have 18, 19. Well, all right. Item number 18, one reading ordinance. Okay, authorizing a 5-year lease agreement with Coast Bend Cricket Club. Councilman Pasley, I think you want to make a statement on that.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to pull this, and I've had numerous conversations with legal on this issue, even this morning with Miles. I just wanted to make sure that we had language in this agreement with the cricket club, and I fully support this project. I think it's a good deal. But I want to make sure that we have language in there that clarifies the fact that when the cricket club is not utilizing this park, that any member of the public has the right to use that we're not making it an exclusive lease. And that's why at the county, we quit using the term lease. We went to license agreement as our language, because they are licensed to use it, but only during the time that they are scheduled to use it, and they have first right of refusal to use whatever part of the park we gave them. But if they're not using it, the public has a right to use it because it's public property that's paid for and supported by taxpayers. So it'd be like when Mr. Hernandez builds his swimming pool over at Bill Witt Park.
Right.
It's our swimming pool.
Yeah, well,
Sure.
yeah. Anyway, when the swimming pool gets built, if we were to say, oh, well, we've decided that we're going to lease that to XYZ Swim Club, and it's only going to be for their use at certain times, that's a very slippery slope.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure, and Miles has assured me that the language in this agreement will cover that.
Okay,
Right.
and before we make this motion and close this out, this is the very thing I'm very concerned about. I can't remember, there's Michael, I don't remember who I sent this to, but we have a park with a sign that says, and I may have sent it one to you, I don't know, no trespassing. And because there is a lease, supposedly a lease with a soccer league or I don't know who, and I sent it over and said, how can this be? We can't restrict public use of a public park because we have lease. So did I send that to you? Or did it get to you?
Yes, ma'am, it did, and it was removed.
It was removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, we put them up that morning. We got your email and took it down that afternoon.
But I thought that it was, you guys had said like something some other sign was going to go up with different language. And my concern is what was just mentioned, which is not restricting public. We're not. Okay.
Right, no, ma'am.
Great. I'll go look at that.
Yeah, I'll give you a perfect real-world example of this. Oil Belt Little League, which is on a county park, they had a lease agreement with Nueces County that was originally signed. It was a 50-year lease. And that lease expired while I was county commissioner. And the state law had been changed since that lease was made that prescribed that we could only do a license agreement, and we had to change their agreement to a license because before they had exclusive use of that park. But since that park was supported by public funds, we had to change it to a license agreement which said that if they weren't using it, anybody can go out there and use those fields. So we just have to be really careful how we do this.
Okay. You want to move to approve?
So I move that we approve as submitted.
That's good.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilman Hernandez and Smith, y'all have a question on this?
Yes, I had just a real quick question. I know they originally looked at Brockhampton Park. Can you explain what happened there?
The size.
Just the size?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We met with it,
Okay.
Jeet and Raju both, and the
Right.
size was just the issue.
Just okay, thank you.
Councilman Smith?
I just want to bring up, cricket is coming to Corpus Christi, and I'm not talking about the insects with it. So, here's one more game that can be played. We're widening our abilities up and things. I think it's real cool that
It is.
you'll be able to go and do the wickets or whatever. You whack at the wickets and kill the crickets. I don't know, but showing our internationalism and thanks to Jeet for working with parks on there. So it's a neat thing.
It really is, and it's rewarding that this sport, which is, I think it's the second most popular growing sport in the world,
Right, you're
is
correct.
coming to Corpus Christi. Oh, there you are. We're passing your item. And I know we've been working with them for quite some time with the community there. And so I think it is exciting. We're very, all of the issues we're talking about are very valid, but at the end of the day, it's diversifying the way we use our parks. And so that's wonderful. So thank you all for your part as well. Yes, Mr. Barrett. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
All right. I don't want to be the negative guy, but somebody's got to do it if Gil's not going to.
Yeah. What is it?
So about 15 years ago, this is relatable, Miles. He's not in here, but this is relatable. It's a little off topic. 15 years ago, I talked to you about it, Mr. Dodd, that basketball court away from a certain area of the city. First of all, I love cricket. I've played it, actually, against people who were way better than me. And I think it's great that we're doing a whole international thing. I'm not trying to ruin, as Councilman Hernandez says, the kumbaya. What I am asking is Corpus Christi has more professional baseball players than any other sport by far. Maybe, if you do a count, on average, tennis. Which a lot of people don't know. From the angry baseball parents who heard that Westside Baseball, which I grew up playing at, is going to be turned into a cricket field, help me tell them or explain to them that their baseball field is just getting moved.
Right.
Oh,
It's just, exactly.
we're not taking away any baseball fields. In fact, we're adding a baseball field over here, and this is just becoming the cricket field. By the way, the West Side baseball fields, no one hit home runs over that, and that's why the cricket ball is going over there. That was a 400-foot fence for 13-year-olds. That's a little ridiculous.
Councilman, this field hasn't been used since 2018.
Okay.
And so it's underutilized, and it's something that we can use and take care of our space there.
And I think it's a great project again, but I'm part of the baseball community, or was. I don't think that they could ever guess that I played now, but I did have a lot of concerns about that, and I told them that I would ask. So, and I almost forgot the item until Pusley brought it up, so I appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I will entertain a motion to approve the order. Did we already have one? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Item number 19, Councilman Pusley, one reading ordinance authorizing a 75-month license agreement with Texas Market Research Group for use of 121 parking spaces at the city parking lot located at 900 Main Street.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, this is new to me. I've never heard of this parking lot before. So is this property the city owns? Is that correct?
Yes, Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. Yes, the city has, that is a city-owned parking lot. It's right there, kind of across the street from the Mann Building, in between kind of where the bridge is and the Mann Building there. We had previously leased it to another company that was housed, another call center that was housed in the Mann Building.
And they're going.
They have dissolved. They're no longer, or they're transitioning. They're no longer in business. And then this is another call center that is planning to occupy not only the space they were in, but then an additional space within the building.
Okay.
And we are doing a licensing agreement, not a lease.
Okay, good for you. So this map that you submitted, the area within the blue sort of four-sided triangle is the boundaries of the city property.
Exactly.
So we own all that, and
We
it's
own all
always
of
been
that.
a parking lot, and we lease it out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the people in the building across the street are utilizing it.
Yes, and for this licensing agreement, they're going to primarily be parking in it overnight, starting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that parking lot is open to other people. We do have our 311 department there, CBB offices, our Visit Corpus Christi offices out of that building. And so we're able to, Parks and Rec is looking at leasing there too. So that parking lot is available for use during the day. And then we would license to this company basically overnight.
There's 121 total parking places there?
Correct.
Okay. So if we have some special event downtown, since this belongs to the city, we could utilize this for off-site parking?
Most definitely, yes.
Ooh, that's exciting. Okay, thank you. That's all I had. I move that we approve.
Okay. Councilman Smith?
I think this is great because it's also another couple of hundred jobs, right?
Exactly, exactly.
So they're going to pay us $12,000 a year for a
Yes.
parking lot we really don't use, which is kind of the opposite. We're usually paying the other way.
Exactly.
You know, we need to take them to Whataburger Field or buy them a lunch or something like that. So, you know, they're our customers.
Yeah.
with it.
Yes.
So thank you, Texas Market Research Group, for investing in Corpus Christi. You know, we appreciate your efforts if you're out there.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Zanoni?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to add for the record, and maybe Councilman Pusley to follow up on his comments. When you do look at the map, that's a pretty big piece of property we own. It was unbeknownst to me also that we owned it till we went to this agenda item. But due to that fact and the location, this would be ideal to build some housing or anything. It's a great location of the bay. So we did negotiate better termination agreements, clauses for the city, being fair to the company at the same time, but we have the right to terminate this agreement if a developer would like to use this location for a mixed-use development or for housing. It's probably one of the clearest pieces of property the city owns in the downtown area, so.
Would that kill the building's ability to operate though without?
Jason probably could answer, or Heather, that Jason's familiar with the area. I would say no, because there's ample vacancies downtown.
Hi, Jason Alanis, redevelopment officer. You were asking about the building's capability or the tenant?
Well, you know, the building and the tenant are one of the same. I mean, if we took that parking lot away, those people would have to go park somewhere.
Right.
Those 121
they're-
spaces would have to go somewhere.
Correct. They're willing to take that risk. They really want to be in this building specifically. They did an exhaustive search throughout the city, and this building was the best fit for them. They want to stay in Corpus Christi and expand, almost double their size. They said they would be willing to take that risk after 3 years, and they would be willing to try and find alternative locations. Fortunately, this building owner owns another building downtown as well, and they feel they could maybe try and accommodate that accordingly should we terminate the license agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilman, I think the short answer is there's alternative parking locations that we could help facilitate should we want to terminate.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of vacancies.
Yeah, that's got to be a
downtown.
valuable piece of property.
Yeah, but this is next to the old Harbor Bridge entrance ramp, so Jason reminded us we do have a 3-year before that kicks in. That's probably around the time.
Yeah.
That the Harbor Bridge, because it's a great view, great location.
Yeah.
And we own it outright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you. Jason, there's at this building, there's a parking garage, isn't there?
Yes, that's correct. They have an allocation for their tenants.
Okay.
And so the building is going to, through their lease, they'll have 30 spaces in the parking garage.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions there, so thank you, Heather. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
We have a motion on the floor. We just need a second, Mayor.
Second, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Who seconded? Greg? Did you? Okay.
Yes. Okay, item number 20. Councilman Smith, that is a one reading ordinance abandoning and vacating utility easements.
And Madam Mayor, I pull this, to me, it's a really good news item. We had in public comment what they're going to be using it for. It's great for this city and great for the Bluff, what Rising Tide Ministries have done, their Way Home program, where before we were providing a way home for about 16, now that's up to 70. But I want to really thank staff for getting this done on there, how much I appreciate it, speaking for them. This is bringing utilities and planning and development services, and this is a building that these easements go back to when it was first annexed. So
yes, 67.
For them to get it done while interest rates are going up, thank you very much, Al, your departments, utilities on there. We really appreciate your getting down and getting it under the wire. There was a question asked a little earlier, is this a one reading ordinance? Yes, it is. So if we pass it today, it's done. So on that, I make whether we need a public?
No, we do not.
Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
And I want to, before we take the vote, I just thank you, Lisa. Lisa's here, raise your hand. Because the work you're doing, as Greg said, it really is God's work. And we thank you for that. And I know you've been down a long road and you've been extremely blessed. So thank you for what you do. We appreciate you. Okay, any further, do we have a second? We do? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. That'll take us to, let's see here. Item number 23. So I pulled that, again, a good news item. This is a motion awarding a construction contract to Mako Contracting for the Salinas Park Connectivity Project located in Council District 3. We're calling this a connectivity project, and I just pulled it because I think that park is a gold mine. And I think that we are going to see that park really come to fruition in terms of, the revitalization and everything that's going to go in it, but the connectivity is critical. So we're connecting, and this is for the public's view or information, we're connecting Salinas Park with Airport Park, which is a much smaller park. But again, you heard Alyssa Mejia, who, by the way, Alyssa is the one who said to me, because she was pushing a stroller, and I didn't tell the story earlier, we were having we're having a run. I think something was going on. I don't know. It was under the
Let's
do you remember
run
that?
the city.
Was it one of my runs?
It was your running thing.
It was one of the runs. Okay,
Yeah.
it was We Run This City. And Alyssa, who's the chair of the Parks and Rec Board, she was pushing a stroller, and we had this conversation about connectivity, because there is very little connectivity to hundreds of homes around that huge park. And so today this is a good news item. That's the only reason I pulled it. This is going to provide walkability. It's going to provide park integration, which means we serve our community even better. So thank you. Thank you to staff for the work done.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Let's see. Item number 27. Another good news.
26, Mayor?
Well, I'm going in my.
Okay, I just-
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. I just wanna make sure we don't forget anything.
Because I pulled these through. Oh, did we miss 26? That was Councilman Pusley's. Did we need 20? Which one's 26? Yes. We did. Okay, go to 26. I write them down in order of how they say them. Yes. 26 is resolution, sorry, Linda. 26 is a resolution authorizing a substantial amendment to the City of Corpus Christi's FY 2020, FY or PY 2019 Consolidated Annual Action Plan for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So this is yours as well.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah. Do we know where this is going to be? This money is going to be for Salvation Army to remodel a gymnasium? Is that what?
That's correct, Councilmember. At their existing facility at 1804 Buford Street.
Okay. On
There's a
Buford.
vacant gymnasium that they have there that they had planned to rehabilitate to add 120 permanent shelter beds.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're pulling this money out of money we set aside for the pandemic, I guess, for COVID. Okay.
Hey, Councilman, yeah, it's kind of reprogramming it so we don't lose it because it has a time by which we have to spend it.
All right.
So.
And this is a permissible use for it?
It's a permissible use, yes. The team worked with the HUD on it.
Okay.
Our local HUD agency, our office. And just to repeat, that gym it's on their property where the brand-new facility is. You've
Right,
been there.
right.
So it's just if you're looking at it from the highway, it's to the right.
So they'll have the wherewithal to feed the people and all
Oh,
that?
yeah. The Kyle was here. I don't know if he's still here.
I just saw him the other
There he is in the back. Kyle, do
Yeah.
you want to
Yeah,
stand
and-
up? He's with the Salvation Army. In fact, they are going to help us with this extreme weather event coming up.
Okay.
They're adding over 100 places to have homeless get out of the cold weather.
Okay.
And they're going to they're going to allow them to be there Thursday night into Sunday. Is that right, Kyle?
Yes, sir.
On Christmas Day even. So it's not just a short-term thing.
Okay.
If you haven't met Kyle, he's a great partner. Kyle, you want to say a few words?
Okay.
Yeah, just thanks for having us. We will be open from Thursday until Monday morning due to the cold weather. But with this money specifically, we would be able to house 120 additional permanent housing spots in conjunction with the 133 that we already have for our families and veterans. This would be phase 2, and it would be geared to single men and single women, but of course families as well.
Okay. All right.
And, and with that, though, I want to add and put on record, we've already had this conversation. So it sounded more, at one point, it was like to renovate a gym.
Yeah.
And it's really to expand
Expand.
bed, right? Expand beds, bottom line, which is very much needed. But we have had conversations that this council, and Councilman Martinez was with me, very much would like, I thought this was phase 1, but, so phase 3 would be the other shelter we talked about?
Phase one was the current center of hope.
Okay, so phase 2 is.
Would be the one we're working on now.
Right, okay.
So phase 2 and 3, I guess, would be similar.
So does this qualify as what they call low barrier shelter? I
No.
never understood what that term-
That's what I'm talking about. No, this is
does?
expanding what they have now, permanent beds. But what we were talking about was whatever phase we want to call it, phase 3, 4, whatever.
2.5.
Phase 2.5 being that drop-in lower barrier. That's what we want to see happen in partnership with Salvation Army. Now, of course, these monies are federal and state monies, but yes, that's the vision for the
So they-
futures, absolutely.
So y'all have the room to do that 2.5 version?
Yes, sir.
2.5, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
I'm
Colin.
good. I just wanted to be sure I
Yeah.
understood what was
Yeah.
going on. So I move that we approve it.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And again, item number 27 is a good news item. I pulled that one. It is a resolution approving the program for public information, a community outreach campaign to help residents plan for and protect themselves from flooding and other disasters. As part of the city's participation in the community rating system program. So I just want to cheerlead this, because what this means in very simple terms is that the city will be participating or continuing to participate in this program. This program is a campaign outreach, but what it means to you, the public, that on your flood insurance policies, instead of a 10% discount, which you are receiving now, if we move to, which we're in a class 6, we would move to a class, we're in class 8, sorry. We're in class 8. We'd be moving to a class 6, which means a 25% discount on your flood insurance. 25. Is it 25 or 20? Yeah, 20. Okay, 20%. It's double. Still good. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, because this is work that's done by staff, and I'm very appreciative of that. And so thank you. And this is a very good news item, because anytime that the city can reduce any financial burden for the taxpayer, we should absolutely do it. And we should cheerlead about it. So that's what's happening today. So thank you all very much. I move to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 29. Is that you, Councilman Pusley? Okay.
My favorite subject. Okay.
Excuse me.
Several months ago, we implemented, by direction of the city manager, a program whereby these scooters that were getting strewn all over Corpus Christi were going to be required to implement geofencing technology that basically said, if you rent this scooter and drop it in the middle of Whataburger's parking lot, you're still going to get charged for it. Obviously, that hasn't worked.
So we're still in the process of implementing some of those. So we have, we've been doing it in phases. The first 3 out of 5 phases have been installed and geofenced. We have installed the 4th phase, but that has not been geofenced yet. And then we have another one planned where we're going to be continue adding those drop zones, and then add that geofencing.
Okay.
So that is still moving along.
You keep using the term "we." It ought to be "them." I mean, this is supposed to be a requirement that we put upon the scooter vendors. That was my understanding, because Peter and I had numerous discussions about this. I witnessed a lady tripping over one of these in front of Water Street Oyster Bar and almost killed herself because she didn't see it.
Sure.
And so, and now I'm seeing them everywhere again. And they had someone or someone's, multiple people, I guess, hired to go around in the afternoons and pick them up and take them back where they belong. But that only happens in the evening. And now we're going to spend $41,250 that's going to come out of the DMD funds, or
No.
where's it coming from? Out of the
It's
out of
coming
the
out of the
money that they're
scooter fees.
earning? Okay.
Exactly. So
But
this
our
is-
people are still going to be doing the work.
So we're contracting with the clean team through the DMD. So it's not the
Right.
DMD that is doing it. We're contracting with the DMD because the DMD has the contract with the clean team, the team that goes around and cleans downtown.
Right.
So that is a contractor. And so we are adding on to that contract, and we're paying them out of the scooter fees that are being collected from the scooter companies to provide additional manpower to keep things even more straight. So these will be going through, as they work through downtown. This is going to go all the way from Cole Park, all the way down through the whole downtown area, all the way over to Whataburger Field, focusing on the seawall area where we have the majority of the scooters. They'll do up to 3 to 4 sweeps a day, going through, straightening everything up. You know, even though we put those controls in place to make people park where they need to, you know, we're still refining that drop zone location. As a matter of fact, we had a meeting this morning with city staff on where additional areas need to be. But this will help keep that done.
Yeah, refining drop zone is just a term that really is an excuse for, we're going to go do this company's job because they're not doing it. And this is going to be an extra amount of work. As far as I'm concerned, if we're going to go around and pick up their scooters, we ought to put a bounty on every one of those scooters and charge the company for every one of them we have to pick up and take back to where it belongs.
Okay.
I mean, this is ridiculous. We should not have to be doing their job. If they're going to operate within the city limits of Corpus Christi, they need to operate by the rules. If this was a car rental company and not a scooter rental company, and they were dropping their cars in the middle of the street all over Corpus Christi, whereby we had to go pick them up and drive them back to where they were supposed to be, we wouldn't tolerate this for 5 minutes. So I don't agree with this. I think this is bad policy, and I intend to make a motion that we not support this. Thank you.
Mr. Zanoni.
Councilman Mayor, thank you. If this thing is approved, this is another contract that I looked at to see if there's ability to change the terms or cancel it altogether. In particular for me, the start time, they can't start until 9 o'clock. And scooters litter the road sidewalks right now early in the morning. That's when a lot of runners are out, and talk about a trip hazard. So we're going to see how this goes if it gets approved, but we'll quickly modify the terms if it's not providing any measure of relief, because it's a lot of money to be providing. So just to let you know, I'm watching it closely because I'm out there early, and that's when I see them, when the runners and the joggers and people just looking at the bay, sunrise, that's when the hazards, in my opinion, are greatest. So they can't start till 9, so we got to see how, you know.
If this company can afford to lose $41,250 to this service, I don't understand why they can't spend that $41,000 on fixing their technology and getting the geofencing completed like they were supposed to have done months ago.
Right.
Well, why aren't they? And did we ask them?
So we continue to work with the scooter companies. You know, they continue to pick them up. They do not have full-time people that are there all the time to pick those up. And so that's why we are allocating out of the fees that they pay to be able to operate in our city to provide additional
But that's
manpower.
not my question, Heather, and that's not, the question is, why aren't they applying that money to do what they were supposed to do contractually several months ago?
So the install of the drop zones has been our, as a city, we are putting those down. We're using the money they pay through fees to install those drop zones. The city has not gotten them the coordinates for that 4th group, and then we haven't installed the 5th group of drop zones. We're continuing to do that, but we use our public works crews reimbursed through this money to install them, instead of using an outside vendor to install them, because we want to make sure they're installed correctly and in the proper locations. So it's not just as easy as going and putting that down on the sidewalk and just saying this is a drop
So
zone.
you're saying the city's been tardy on getting the information to this company that we were supposed to?
We've been a little bit more, we've had some turnover in public works, and so those public works crews have been pulled to do other things. And so it's taken us longer than what we anticipated to have all these installed.
Okay.
So we had anticipated that we would have this all done by
How long do we think it's
November.
going to take to complete that process?
We're hoping that the 4th group has been installed. We're just waiting on the coordinates. So I'm hoping to have those within the next week or so. The 5th group of them, we're in the process of getting those positions approved between Parks and Public Works. And then hopefully we'll have those installed in January.
Okay, then the best scenario I can see out of this, if somebody wants to make a motion to pass it, I'm going to offer an amendment that this have a time limit on it. That by March of next year, this all needs to be completed to where we don't have to have our people going around picking up scooters. Because this is going to get into an endless deal. The next thing you know, we'll be renting them out. So.
Well, we'll never come back from it.
Well, yeah.
We'll be paying out
We'll be paying it
This
forever.
is a concern. I'm glad you brought it up, because when I read it, I thought, why are we paying for something that?
Yeah.
And so I didn't know the background, but I mean,
But
Go
again,
ahead.
I was gonna say, this is coming from the fees, the scooter companies are paying us fees for operating within the city, and we're using that money that they're paying us to provide for additional pickup to meet what we would like to see.
Must be better profit in this than I thought there was, if they can afford to pay this kind of money for us to pick up.
But that's what we've set the fees at,
Yeah.
and so we're using the fees
I
that
mean,
we've
that's a
collected.
pretty good full-time job for somebody.
Where were those fees going before? Where is that 40,000?
So they're actually sitting in, so that the money that we receive off of the scooters go into a dedicated fund, and any profit over and above our operating expenses go either to these type of improvements, signage, or sidewalk improvements. We can't use them in other areas by the ordinance.
Sure.
Those fees can only be used basically for the operation of the scooter, or
We can,
improvements to the
yeah,
scooter.
but just to add to that, we can use them for sidewalks and streets, and there's a lot
Yeah,
of need
that's
just
a
in the
big-
downtown for that.
Okay, so this 41,250 is not coming out of their end of the game, it's coming out of our end?
It's coming out from what we gather, and it's being paid for by the fees that they pay us.
Okay, so that's even worse. So, yeah, that doesn't even make sense. Why would we do that? I mean, that's $41,250 we could be spending on doing something else, beautifying downtown.
Well,
So-
well, let's just say sidewalks, which we
Yeah.
need plenty of work on,
Yeah.
even if it is just downtown.
Exactly.
So if we don't do this today, what happens? We continue,
We continue to work on the geofencing. We could take this, maybe after listening to this conversation, we might want to just table this thing.
I agree.
Get better information on the timeline when the geofencing
Right.
is going to work.
Right.
And if we need to, we can bring this back.
I would say so too, because I agree.
Yeah.
I think $40,000, there isn't a person in this room or outside of this room who wouldn't say, put that into sidewalks.
Yeah. Right.
We have some serious sidewalk issues that lie, on the constituent. And so I agree. If you want to table that,
Motion
Councilman.
to table.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Hernandez.
So, thank you. So what's the timeline? I mean, I know, and Ernie probably has tire tracks on his back from being thrown under the bus there, but what's
No, he doesn't.
what's the timeline here? When can we expect? I mean, you're waiting on these drop zones, right? So what can we expect?
So internally, our staff goal was to have everything actually coinciding with the March deadline. We wanted to have not only the drop zones that we've already identified, but additional drop zones, because right now we don't have enough drop zones installed specifically along the seawall to accommodate as many scooters as what is allowed on the seawall. So we're still working towards that. Our goal is to have it done before spring break. So basically March.
So so March 1st, March 15th, what are we looking at?
As a matter of fact, we met internally this morning. I have not had an opportunity to get with Public Works to see what their capacity may
He's
be to get
right
this
over there.
installed.
Ernest?
Gil,
Wait,
that's
you
why
have a
we're
time?
tabling it.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
we're
I mean,
tabling it.
we expect it to come back, right? I mean, but if if we want to do it in March, I mean, can Public Works make that timeline?
Yeah, like I said, I haven't had a chance to talk it through with them.
Okay. All right, well, we'll figure that out. We're going to table it and then get back with us on that. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And that leaves us at item number 31, another good news item. I pulled that one, ordinance authorizing a 30-year ground lease with 2 5-year options to extend with Corpus Christi Renewables LLC for the development, management, operation, and sale of processed landfill gas at the Cefe Valenzuela landfill, in exchange for a royalty payment, of course. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is indeed a good news item. If you've got, I can either go through the presentation or we can just talk about it. But it's essentially, we currently have landfills that generate methane, one of the largest greenhouse gas emitters in the country. It's highlighted by the federal government, the state government. And we are required to capture this methane gas and destroy it. At this point, we're simply flaring it. And we capture and flare an awful lot of gas. 500 million cubic feet of landfill gas each year is captured and flared and burned. That's enough to fill approximately 400,000 20-pound propane tanks. That'd be able to give everybody in town a propane tank and a few extras for their friends. It's a lot of gas, it's a lot of methane. The destruction of this methane is like 170 acres of forest to destroy the carbon dioxide in it. So it's a huge environmental hazard that we have now. We have an opportunity to partner with a company that's a premier in the industry to take that landfill gas that we're currently burning, to clean it up, remove the contaminants from it, and sell it to a pipeline company that then sells the methane as a natural gas. There's revenue in this in both the sale of the natural gas, but even more importantly, the greenhouse credits that we get for having a renewable natural energy source provides a great deal of revenue. So this company will be taking over our operation and maintenance of our landfill gas system, the capital improvements that go into it, and in turn, they'll be returning us a royalty payment on a monthly basis once it's up and running. Could be a year and a half from now before they're fully installed. But with that, I'm willing to take questions.
Mayor, motion to approve.
I have comments. I just want to thank y'all because this is a huge initiative and endeavor in moving us forward environmentally. It really is. It's very significant. Just to put things in perspective, this is the equivalent of not burning 30 million gallons of gasoline. 30 million, what's going to be reused?
Right.
Right? Or 7,000. It's also the equivalent of what we're going to remove and then, right, they are going to renew as a natural gas is enough to heat 7,000 homes. So that's a big deal. That puts things in perspective. So when you just read this item, you think, okay, renewable company, we're going to take some methane and, you turn it into something else. It's very, very big. And so I just want to thank you because the benefits overall are going to affect air quality, clearer skies, and the list goes on. And so I'm very, very happy and very proud of the city of Corpus Christi for this effort. It is a first. It is a first. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. David, I want to commend you. Several months ago, I went by and saw the flare going, and so I asked David, I said, have we ever considered selling that gas rather than flaring it? And to David's credit, he took the bull by the horns and went out and put this deal together. And this is a great deal. This is a lot of money. I mean, what's our royalty going to be on this?
It'll depend upon the value of the gas sold, the price. It's an increasing royalty. It starts at a minimum of 10%. And as the price that they receive goes up, our percentage goes up, not just the percentage of the total, but it will go from 10% to 12% on up to a potential 20%.
500,000 cubic feet of gas a year, that's a lot of gas. So
it is. That's not 500,000, Councilor, that's 500 million cubic feet of gas, half of which is methane. So we're talking 250 million cubic feet of methane annually, and that's annually, and that's a lot of gas.
A lot.
Yeah, I'd like to have a couple of oil wells that produce that. That'd be okay. So
Well,
as the mayor said, this is a great news story, a great deal. Thank you all very much for the work on this, and thank you to there they are back there. Thank you guys for being here and for putting this together.
Thank you. That's right. You were with CC Renewables. Correct. Thank you for being here.
That's Peter and Paul. They didn't bring Mary.
Peter, Paul, and Mary.
Okay. There you go. Very excited.
Second the motion. You make.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you. And so really it's 500,000 MCF then.
Yes.
If we're thinking in gas terms on there. So I think there's two parts. So what's our minimum payment on there, whether they produce a BTU of gas or not?
Well, we've got a unique feature of this lease that once they get the program up and running, if they cease to produce the gas and sell the gas, we have a $10,000 per month lease payment. This was done to keep them from getting the value of the lease and then not doing anything with it. So while they're producing gas, we're collecting royalties. If they, for some reason, stop collecting gas and selling it, then we have a minimum $10,000 per month lease. $120,000 a year is our base minimum. On top of that, they are still maintaining, operating, and installing all of our capital that goes into the landfill. We spend over $200,000 a year on capital investment in this system, plus the maintenance and operation, so it's a huge benefit financially.
So when that cell's filled up, what's that injection field? What would it cost us? The well field?
The well field that we have to install about every 4 to 5 years is anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million plus, depending upon the size of the field that we're putting in. And so when you break that down into an annual basis, it's around $200,000 a year.
Okay, so that's the two. So really the net gain for solid waste is around $320,000 plus any extra royalties if they produce over that.
Exactly, and the royalties are expected to be significant. We're talking $500,000 or more a year potential in royalties. So the environmental benefits are huge. The financial benefits are huge. It's one of those things that it's hard for us to lose. If nothing else, they maintain our system for us.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. It's a great project, and you just can't say enough good things about it.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. So we're going to go ahead and recess. Let's see. We're going to recess the regular council meeting to hold the North Padre Island Development Corporation meeting. And, okay, Councilman Smith will preside. You want him? Are you sure?
Jeez, man, we got a long way to go.
Okay, it is 4:02. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mrs. Huerta, could you please call the roll?
President Greg Smith.
Here.
Board members Paulette Guajardo, John Martinez, Gil Hernandez,
Here.
Billy Lerma is absent, Michael Hunter,
Here.
Ben Molina,
Present.
Roland Barrera,
Here.
Mike Pesley. Okay, we do have a quorum of the board present to conduct the meeting, and Mr. Letterman is here. So we'll
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Would anybody in the audience like to speak? Seeing none, I guess I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the August 17th, 2021 meeting. Motion to approve?
Second.
Second. We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Treasurer's report. Ms. Hubert.
Good afternoon, Heather Hurlbut, Director of Finance. So we'll give the report, have them pull that up. There we go. Next slide, please. So this is the Treasurer's report for the 12 months ended September 30th, 2022. The NPIDC had a beginning balance of $4.4 million at the beginning of fiscal year 22, had revenues to date of $5.3 million, expenditures to date of almost $1.7 million, and these were basically the operational expense along with capital projects within the TERS number 2. Then we have a transfer out of $8.1 million with the debt being paid off for the TERS number 2 for Packery Channel. We were able to dissolve, the money was being held by NPIDC, but now that commitment had been fully fulfilled, that money then transfers back over to TERS number 2. So that does leave an ending fund balance as of September 30th of zero, since all assets have been transferred to TERS number 2 instead of being held by NPIDC. So that does conclude my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
On there. So, item 5, motion authorizing the termination of the tri-party agreement between the City of Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2, and the North Padre Island Development Corporation. And, we have a motion and a second. Anybody have any questions? If we would finance again, do we need this entity?
I'm sorry.
If we sold bonds in the future, would we need this entity?
The
No.
reason the NPI, I don't believe so.
Our CFO is shaking her head
Yeah.
no. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Next item is the resolution authorizing the dissolution of the North Padre Island Development Corporation, determining that the corporation has served its public purpose, and determining that all debts and obligations have been paid in full.
And that is correct. So this is, now that the debt has been fully paid in full, and there are no obligations, there is not the need for the NPIDC.
Okay, seeing no questions on there, I'll entertain a motion to approve. We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item, number 7, adjourn. Bye. Now we're missing the mayor. Yeah, but as, yeah, okay, nick of time. I was about to, as Mayor Pro Tem was, and I had the gavel, I was getting ready to go.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our council meeting and move on to section M, which is individual consideration items 33 through 40. Item number 33 is a resolution authorizing termination of the tri-party agreement between the City of Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 2, and the North Padre Island Development Corporation.
So move.
Okay, let me open public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on item number 33? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 34 is a resolution relating to the City of Corpus Christi's intention to reimburse itself from future issuances of utility system revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $270 million for utility system expenditures budgeted in the fiscal year 22-23 capital improvement plan.
Motion to approve.
Mayor, I'd like to offer, and you can read all three of them, but since 33, 34, and 35 are essentially doing the same thing, we could make one motion to pass all three of those and have public comment after that. Or
So moved.
Okay,
34 through
yes.
36, right? Is that what you?
34, 35, and 36?
Yes.
So-
Okay.
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we approve items 33 through 36
Okay,
as submitted.
great.
Great job.
Okay, I'm going to open public comment for items 34, 35, and 36. Is there anyone in the public that would like to make comment on that, either of those, any of those? There being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Who seconded? I'm sorry, Mayor. Okay, thank you, Michael.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you. And this isn't directly to that, but we know we've seen the short-term interest rates just really spike up on there. We're pushing 5% on T-bills, and yeah, I think it would probably be helpful to, particularly in the workshop, to see how we're doing on the budget with it. I know we budgeted a definite increase in interest rate, but you know, when we published our last financial statement, we had $800 million in cash. And, you know, that's a lot of cash, and our investment policy is this stuff is wrapping up on there. So I think it'd probably be helpful to the future council to know by the time the workshop's done where we're sitting on this, because that revenue could really be coming in.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Smith. Councilman Presley, do you have a comment?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Yeah.
There's a motion and a second for 34 through 36.
Through 36. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 38 is an ordinance authorizing the second amended and restated addendum number 1 to lease agreement with Foresight Corpus Christi Golf LLC, a Texas limited liability company, for increased construction costs for improvements to the Lozano Golf Center Executive 9-hole course and practice range.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Today, we're here to discuss two things. Specifically, we want to provide you an update on the forthcoming Lozano Executive Golf Course construction project. In addition, we're requesting actions necessary to see that project to fruition.
Mayor, could I make a motion?
Absolutely.
Unless we
Yes.
have discussion, I would like to make a motion to approve item 38, right? 38?
Item number 38, yes. Councilman Lerma seconds. I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on item number 38? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment. We have a motion, a second. Mr. Hernandez?
What is this?
How much more are we asking for here? I mean, is a percentage of what was originally,
$412,000, sir.
no, as a percentage of the original amount?
Just calculating.
Well, that's a lot more than 412.
1.7 million? Or 1.8?
For the original construction?
Yeah.
2.3.
2.3, okay,
yes,
that's
sir.
the math, so 400 of 2.3 million.
So about 20%?
17.9%, sir.
Pretty close.
Way over that.
So, I mean, we're seeing these numbers continue to increase, so I want to make sure that we're, and this is less to do with you. I'm going to approve this is because I think you guys do a phenomenal job at Foresight Golf. You guys have made us money where we were losing in the past, so I'm not complaining about what you guys are doing. I think this is a good investment. But I just look at it from the perspective of what we're seeing going forward.
Yeah.
You're going to see I mean, we just went through the police training facility, so
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure we're really looking at how we're controlling this and our estimates are good going forward, especially since we've got the bond projects coming up that we estimated last year. So I just want to bring that up.
That's
So-
a very good point. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
And, let's see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess I'm a little bit confused. So I've got it to where $400,000 from the golf fund and 1.16 from the COs we're increasing it by. This is on page 790 of the actual amended and restated addendum. That's $1.5 million with it.
Yes, sir. The 1.160, well, the $1.1 million, sir, that was already approved in the fiscal year 23 capital budget. It's the 412,000, and the action here today is just asking for those monies to be appropriated since it's already adopted in the budget. Today, we're asking for $412,000, which was the unforeseen expenditure due to increased construction costs.
Okay, so we're saying the city will provide a total of $4.36 million in funding, and before we had agreed on 2.3?
That's correct. We had an estimate of $2.3 million, is what we thought was going to complete the golf course, but there's two things to keep in mind. Number one, that $2.3 million didn't include lighting when it was originally envisioned. Number one. Then number two, that $2.3 million was the estimate that was generated in 2011. So it was over 11 years ago. So naturally, we had to expect the escalating costs just due to inflation, not to include supply chain shortages in the current economic environment.
Okay, so it's $400,000 from the golf fund and now another $1.16 million from COs.
Yes, sir.
And I think to Councilman Hernandez's point, this is more like 80%. On that, yeah.
Right, even at the 17%, it made my point.
Yeah.
What I was trying to get to, but yeah, we need to be watching this.
This is 80% on there, and with it, an executive 9 for $4 million. I mean, they built the Palmelia course several years ago, but that was an Arnold Palmer signature, 18 championship at 18 for $9 million, and we're doing an executive 9 for 4.
Hit the button.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Ed Miller with Foresight Golf. Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. The project is unique in that the original funding was $2.3 million for just the golf course remodel, which is really present day, construction and remodel costs is a very good number. I have to then the lighting project came about. The original vision was 2011, and the lighting project came about in 2018 after the incredible success that the Alamo City Golf Trail experienced with their San Pedro remodel and lighting project. They did virtually the same thing on a slightly smaller project than we have. And they lit the golf course, and we're talking about lighting 41 acres, which I have to confess to you, I've been privileged to build a lot of golf courses and remodel a lot of golf courses, but this is our first lighting project where the magnitude of it is 41 acres. We're putting up lights. Have you had a chance to look at any of the slides where the example golf courses are lighted? That is it's very unique, and it is becoming very popular in golf around the country today. As a matter of fact, there was just a golf match with Tiger Woods televised when they played under the lights. This is just a couple weekends ago. And prior to coming and visiting with you today, I asked Andrew Peterson, the president of the Alamo City Golf Trail, I said, I'm going to go to Corpus and visit with City Council. Can you share with me, Andrew, any of your successes with the San Pedro facility? And he said that they couldn't imagine how successful it would be. It has been. He said it wasn't a home run, it was a grand slam, in that the lighting component has enabled them to, they sell half of their golf after 6 p.m. at night. And it has attracted people that didn't play golf before because they experienced the uniqueness of being able to play under the lights. They would drive by and see the facility and go, what's going on here? So they do more than half of their rounds after 6 p.m. and they do more than half of their revenue after 6 p.m. at night too. So here's where my inexperience with lighting projects. I started out with a bad budget number of $375,000, which we thought, well, we've got construction cost increases, so let's raise that number to $500,000. Well, that was before. It was a bad budget number. It was from a little golf course in Houston that wanted to have lights, but they didn't want to make an appropriate investment to have a lasting product. So as we got into the research and had the engineering done, we found out that we had missed the budget mark on the lighting portion of the project dramatically. And I have had to tell Neiman twice that our budget number was considerably short. So we now have, if you look at the slides, we have a bid of $1.7 million for the lighting project from the most reputable lighting company in the lighting industry. And what we truly expect this to do for Corpus Christi is to create a nighttime entertainment venue that will attract people from all over. The people that come to experience the beauty of and benefit of Corpus Christi, on the beaches and with the ocean, during the day, we'll have another great recreational opportunity at night. And so this number is good. We have, we have a $1.7 million bid from the most reputable company, and that's that portion of the project. The other portion was $2.3 million, and now we're asking to appropriate another $412,000 for the construction of the golf course, which includes, $312,000 worth of safety netting, which we didn't originally anticipate. As a matter of fact, one of our former or interim Parks and Rec director, Sarah Munoz, when we were discussing the project, mentioned that she and her husband and son play the executive course all the time, which was pretty unique because for the last several years, not very many people played the executive course at all. And she said, "Are you going to put up nets?" And I said, "We don't." Why do you say that? She said, "Well, when we come up number 9, we've had to dodge golf balls several times." And I said, "Well, we don't presently have that in the project budget." But when our golf course architect came and we did the first site visit and we walked up number 9, there were all kinds of range balls from the practice range laying on the 9th hole of the executive course. And we said, we really need to have nets or we're going to have someone get hurt. Golf has changed pretty dramatically since the coronavirus in that we have really increased playership and we've increased the number of new people to the game that are taking it up. They love it, but they're not all that proficient, so they hit more errant shots than more experienced golfers, and as a result, liability has become much more of a concern for us, and we want to have a great, safe recreational amenity for our customers.
That's the most politically correct term for a golfer that doesn't shoot very well. Not very proficient.
Yes, an experienced golfer can definitely hit errant shots. I don't think it has to be a novice with it. So, we had a contract with you on September 20th, 21, and now we see this big increase. Is there any chance you'll be coming back to us for more? I know Councilman Hernandez on an earlier item, very concerned about certificates of obligation. That's where most of these new monies are coming from. So now you're saying you kind of missed some stuff. What's your timeline and how confident are you that you can do it within this contract, the amended contract we have proposed today?
Well, we're very confident now. I'm not going to say 100%, but early on when the projects were being budgeted and funded, there were a lot of variables and still a lot of unknown. We are to the point now where the materials have been secured. So we don't anticipate supply chain shortages. We don't anticipate any additional price increases. So we're confident. We could experience change orders in the contracts. And that
$25,000 max.
Not
This is COs. Same thing.
Let's do it.
No, hey Ed, so the project has begun, right? Is part of the answer.
Okay.
It has.
The project's underway, and the timeline is in front of us on our screen.
So that Gantt chart your...
Yes. Ed stopped by there today before he came to council to see how the progress was going, but we're aware of it as well. We've been working with Forsyth for a little bit here on this project, and they
so
missed the
we need to
growing...
approve this today, huh? We got...
the work's begun.
Mr. Zanoni, we got a problem.
We do, yeah. Well, we could just leave the dirt there, I guess, but the work's begun. Last year, they missed the growing season for the sod, for the seed, the grass seed, so because of supply chain and other issues, and that we were trying to VE, value engineer the project. So as Ed said, everything's in order now, and work has begun.
Okay, so you are hoping to have this complete by Memorial Day then? We'll be playing golf with it, hitting our errant shots, but they won't go into the executive 9.
That is correct. The construction work should be complete by Memorial Day. Golf course constructions are unique in that they have this thing called a grow-in period, where you plant the grass and it's all baby grass, and it takes 3 to 4 months to become dense enough to play golf on. So as of May, the contractor will hand it, back over to us, and we will finish the grow-in. And our target, and which we feel confident in because we have now started at the very optimum time for the project to start. We should be able to have a great grand opening Labor Day weekend of this year.
Maybe this will fill our reservoirs up because it'll be raining every day, so you can't get it done. Okay. Thank you. I've wasted enough of your time.
They do use recycled water, Councilman, as a reminder from our wastewater treatment plant.
Greenwood.
At the Greenwood.
Mayor, Councilman,
for approval.
oh, we have one more comment, Councilman Hunter? No. Yes, give him props.
Everyone likes to hear good things about themselves. I will say, so I've known the Pedrati since I was 0. They're great people. They've always been true to their word, and they were the people that take this project on when the Corpus Christi golf courses were laughed at throughout the entire state of Texas. No one would ever play on them, and there was mosquitoes the size of helicopters out there. You guys came in, you had to suffer through our fire-burnt golf cart garage and all these other issues that doesn't show up on paper. You've done an excellent job. You're quite possibly the best public-private partnership the city has, and sometimes when you have those things, you should be given opportunity to do better. And with the net thing is an absolute must. It's a disaster. I drive down Alameda all the time, so does John Martinez. And if you're not dodging balls while you're driving, then you're probably looking at your phone. So the nets are very much needed. I don't know how y'all are gonna do that, though. I mean, with $300,000,
Wrong course.
I mean, that seems more like a $3 million process. How are you going to get $300,000 in nets on, this is on both courses?
No, this is just on both sides of the practice range.
Oh,
It's
no.
not going to help
It's not
on
Alameda.
no.
No, we're still getting, broken windshields. But I think this is a great project. I understand Councilman Smith and Councilman Hernandez concerns because this is like the 4th item today that we've had these concerns on. But second on the motion to approve.
Michael, I think we had a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay.
You had made the
Call a
motion.
question.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Thought I'd give you a little bit of love.
Thank you.
Parks and Rec Department is doing good too.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on item number 38? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And that will take us over to section N, public hearings, items 41 through 43. Item number 41 is one reading ordinance annexing sections of County Road 43 and County Road 18 located south of Farm to Market Road 2444 and being approximately 9.78 acres, annexing approximately 37.44 acres of land per owner petition, and annexing a section of FM 2444 from County Road 41 to County Road 47 into the territorial limits of the city of Corpus Christi.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of Planning. This next item is an annexation for private property along with county and state right-of-way within our London area. Here's a location map to kind of get you oriented. It's just here, we've got Botanical Gardens here, so it's just west. The black kind of dotted line is our current city limit line where it falls on Staples. The yellow is the proposed annexation area, so it includes the Staples Street corridor. It goes out about 3 miles, and we stopped at the boundary of what we define as our London Area Development Plan boundary. Thought it was a logical place to kind of stop that portion of the annexation request. The private property is the larger kind of polygon there in the middle, and then, of course, we have the county right-of-ways that kind of make an L there. Crosstown kind of splits it down through the middle there, and of course, we have London ISD up in northwest of this subject area. This next slide is just a little closer look at that subject area, kind of zoom down within the Staples corridor. We had to break this down into, we call it Tract A and Tract B, just the way we had the exhibits and everything that was packaged as far as meets and bounds go. So, but the Tract A is really just the private property along with the Staples Street right-of-way that goes from the current limits out to County Road 47. The Tract B is the county right-of-way, the County Road 43 and County Road 18. Of course, the Staples Street obviously is in place, pavement out to the extent. The county right-of-way has pavement only to about 1,800 feet to the entrance of this new subdivision that will develop. The remainder of the county right-of-way is what we call the paper right-of-way. As far as the background and the purpose here, we did have to do the annexation of the county roads in order to provide connectivity or make the subject tract contiguous to our current city limits. And so that was the reason behind the county request. And we did kind of lean on there's two sections of state law that provide for an opportunity where the 43.028, that provides a process where a landowner can petition a city to annex them. And then the 43.1055 provides a means where a city can annex right away. And so on September 20th, we got the request from the private landowner, the Cypress Point Capital. And then on October 19th, sorry, we got the request from Nueces County to annex the County Road 43 and 18. And so we've developed the required service plans, and we've had all the required public notice. We were back at council a few weeks ago to do that. We've had the notification of all the service providers and newspapers, and so we're at the point where we can move forward with the annexation. This is just a little bit of background about the subject tract. They do plan on 28 residential lots. They'll be kind of here, Staples will be here. They have a vacant tract here that will be part of. They are looking at plans to develop that site. Some of it will be residential, some commercial, but this is what we have in place now, plans to develop 28 residential lots with approximate build-out 4 to 5 years, homes in the size of about 2,500 square feet, and an average sales price of about $600,000. And so we typically will do a fiscal model of all the annexations that we do, and this one would be kind of a neutral to just a little bit of a positive, and that's common all of the single-family projects, the amount of services that we have to provide versus revenue that may come back. They're all generally about, depending on the price of the home, pretty neutral in that respect. And I know that we have the applicant here as well, but staff is recommending approval of this request. There's also one item 43 on your agenda that is related to this one as well. So that would be for the water reimbursement. So just to make you aware of that. So but that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McGinn. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, this is a project we've been working on a long time, and I want to commend staff for their diligence and patience and hard work on putting this together. I want to thank the developer for their patience and waiting while we got all this done. But this is a developer who wanted to be annexed, and this is a way we can do that. But it also worked out for the city because our water department wanted a 12-inch water line to go down beside this property, and the developer was willing to upsize what they were doing and let their company lay the 12-inch line, which is going to benefit the city. So it's really a good news deal, and I move that we approve.
Okay. Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. The annexation of the right-of-way on South Staples, was that on the last presentation? Or is that something that's new?
That as far as the state law procedure, and Miles, interrupt me anytime here, but the county road right-of-way had a different path that it had to follow, and so that was actually an item that was on the council. So even the subject property wasn't on there before, but they have a different path and requirements that we had to go through for each of those different tracks.
And the reason I ask is because I know that we did the County Road 18 and 43 to make it contiguous, but if we have Staples that makes it contiguous, why do we need to annex 43 and 18? And I mean, isn't there a downside to that? Don't we become responsible for those roads?
It's not even a road.
Well, we wouldn't, it's kind of a bit redundancy, but when we looked at it, and Miles, you could maybe chime in too, but the Staples Road would not be, we have several different state roads within the city limits that we don't have an obligation to maintain. So the Staples Street, we can annex and it can come into the city, but we don't have an obligation for any maintenance on that road. It would
Right,
just
so
be
that would be preferable to annexing 43 and 18, that then we would have a requirement to annex if we don't need to. Does that make sense to you?
What are you saying?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Actually, I can explain it. Yeah, no, it's
The red square?
yeah.
So what's the answer to that?
The law is not absolute. It's a law that was passed, I think, either in 2019, and it authorizes the annexation of state right-of-way that is perpendicular or parallel to the city limits at some point. And this technically meets that statute. So our ability to annex the state right-of-way, which is what we really want because it gets us lots of connectivity and no maintenance obligations, is on a little more shaky foundations in terms of state law. So we really want that, but it's not absolute. So we want to get it with two different ways to make sure that we don't have any of the annexations fail. The state rights of way, which we really, really want, we're kind of pushing the boundaries of state law, but it also has some statutes of limitations built in, so it gives us some comfort there.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we had a reason for doing that. I'll second the motion.
Yeah, originally we didn't even think we could do the 2444, but I guess Miles decided we could.
We read some good seminars written
Found
by
a way.
other municipal attorneys that were pushing the boundaries on that law.
Yeah.
And we thought, well, we'll try and do the same thing. And it gets us something that we really do want with fewer maintenance obligations, but we're on the edge with that.
Okay, all right, but this protects us either way.
And that was our goal.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Any way we can get this to some of our legislative people in the state house, showing what we have to do in order to overcome their law of not being able to unilaterally annex?
Well, we'll be ready to testify if called upon to kind of explain.
And I'm being a little facetious here on that, but I mean, this is, you look at this and you just have to shake your head on how this looks. And then there's a community in between us, in between where this property sits and when I say community, I mean houses, a housing development, and County Road 41. Do we know who owns all that property around there?
We can easily find out, but not offhand, no.
I think we have a real estate agent over there that knows who owns it. Maybe you could tell us, Mr. Lindquist?
Let me open public comment. So we're going to go ahead and open public comment. Mr. Lundquist, come forward. Where are you?
Wayne Lundquist, 700 Everhart. What was the question, Mr. Hernandez?
All the property that's in between where it says, in between County Road 41 and County Road 43 and 2444 and County Road 18. There's aside from that housing development that's there, you have...
There's 3 different owners. The Azali family, George Mostagasi, and Al Mostagasi.
Okay, that's so wonderful. Well, I just, at some point, I guess we'll see if they're going to ask for annexation so we can try to close this gap here. And maybe this is a question for Miles. The existing homes that are there, that I guess that subdivision across from Son George, I forget, do we know the name of it?
Swan Village.
Swan Village? Okay. When those sections ask for annexation, can it include those when you annex it as a whole, because it would be a percentage of the overall land that's being annexed?
I can look into it, but I'm going to say probably not. We lost our ability to involuntarily annex in large part.
Well,
by
no,
the
that's not what I'm saying. So if you have the entire area around it that is being annexed, except for that one neighborhood section, if you combine it as a total, would it be that 50+1 percentage for annexation?
Yeah, we can look into that. As far as them essentially involuntarily bringing in other people that haven't consented to that annexation, that's a possibility. But I'm not gonna. We have less and less annexation authority every year.
Okay, I just want to see what we can do in the future, so we don't have stuff like this coming up. Because I mean, this is going to be hard to manage going forward. But anyway, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. We'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, there is. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 42 is an ordinance adopting a new West Side Area Development Plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo and City Council. I'm Annika Yankee, Planning Manager with the Planning Department. This is a first reading ordinance adopting the new West Side Area Development Plan. And the West Side Area Development Plan is the general plan for the 22 square mile area west of the Crosstown Expressway, all the way to Old Brownsville Road and North Padre Island Drive, generally from I-37 down to Oso Creek. I presented this plan last meeting, December 6th. The plan includes 3 vision themes and policy initiatives to help us get there. It includes a future land use map and public investment initiatives. So I'm available for any questions unless you would like me to give the full presentation again.
Yeah, I think, yeah, any questions? I think everybody's looked it over. You have a question? Yes, sir, go ahead.
I know the last time I asked a question on a substation on the west side, but did we ever get consideration to make that a priority, or did we just move on?
No, I did have a meeting with Pat Eldridge and Chief Markle, and we spoke about that, and we spoke about, they did not recommend adding it. They spoke about the way substation planning goes, follows calls, follows growth, follows natural boundaries. Future substations too will help the west side, right? Because we only have so many right now, and so they're looking at the south side station. So those future substations will still help response in the west side, but they didn't recommend adding it.
He's not here to explain that, but okay, I'll ask him offline. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other lights on. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing and ask for any public comment on item number 42. Being there's no one coming forth, we will close public comment or public hearing. And I will entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
So motion and a second on the floor, Mayor.
Yes, there is. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 43 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission grid main construction reimbursement agreement. Excuse me, up to $471,488.10 with Cypress Point Capital LLC or the developer to construct a required water arterial transmission grid main line for the proposed residential development located south of Farm Road 2444 on County Road 43, otherwise known as Carolyn Heights, Unit 1. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there any public comment on item number 43? Okay, we'll close public hearing. Any further discussion, Mr. Smith?
Al, could you just explain real quickly to us where we are on our funds?
We are approximately 160, let's see if we can get it to you, 160
$1,000 in the hole. There are two developers that are awaiting payment to complete our obligation to them. River Ridge Unit 1, Unit 4, I think, and Kings Landing Unit 2, and then this will be the third in line. So, yeah, we're it doesn't look very good, but yeah, and I share it with the developer. Hey, it may, be maybe sometime in March or April before we even can start, fulfilling our obligation to him for $471,000. So
our trust fund's just like the Social Security Trust Fund, basically broke.
I will not say that, but I'm just showing you the numbers
Okay,
here.
are you just showing us the number? Okay, so they're gonna have to wait, they're aware of that on their.
They're aware of that, yes.
Anybody coming in line, it's not like we can write a check out.
Yeah, exactly.
We need, more people signing up for Social Security before we can pay them.
This is the benefit of allowing developments in the ETJ like we did with this one, because it helps populate the bucket.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, just real quickly, while you're talking about that subject, what's happened on our impact fee study that was being done? Is that going to be done while we're still young, or? We asked for that like 2 years ago, and where's it?
It's coming.
It's a 1.5-year process, right? There was a delay based because of the city's inability to provide some information that we thought we had. But I'll be bringing a briefing to council in January, if I can, on where we are. Okay. And hopefully in the summer or late summer of '23, it'll be presented to council for consideration, the master planning and the impact fee study.
Okay. And those developers who have applied for reimbursement through the trust fund, if we were to switch to that, how would they then receive reimbursement through the impact fees?
I mean, we haven't discussed that, and we've got to sit down with the city manager to do that. But if we obligate people through this form, I think we should to fulfill that obligation before we move to the next platform. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, I will go ahead and open public hearing. Ask for any public comment on item number 43. There being none, we will close public hearing. Do we have a motion? Yeah, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Let's see. Section O is a canvassing election, item number 44. This is a one reading ordinance. Canvassing, gosh, I can't see. Canvassing returns and declaring the results of the runoff election held on December 13th of 2022 in the city of Corpus Christi for the purpose of electing the council members for districts 1, 2, and 3. So, the results of the runoff election are as follows. Councilmember District 1, Everett Roy, 802 votes. Billy Lerma, 763 votes. Councilmember District 2, Sylvia Campos, 2,235 votes. Mark Scott, 2,089 votes. Councilmember District 3, Roland Barrera, 1,276 votes. Eric Cantu, 1,219 votes. The City Council accepts and approves the returns for the runoff election as received and canvassed, and declares that the following persons are declared elected and may qualify for the office indicated. Councilmember District 1, Everett Roy. Councilmember District 2, Sylvia Campos. Councilmember District 3, Roland Barrera. I will now entertain a motion to amend the ordinance to include the results as stated. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed say no. I will now entertain a motion approved. I will now entertain a motion to approve the ordinance as amended. Do we have a motion as amended?
Second.
All right. All right, all in favor say aye. I'm sorry, we're going to roll call this vote.
For passage of ordinance number 44 in one reading, Councilmembers Molina.
Aye.
Presley. Smith. Barrera.
Aye.
Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Hunter.
Aye.
Letterman.
I'm thinking about it. Aye.
Martinez. Okay. And then Mayor Guajardo.
Aye.
Okay. The ordinance passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
So, Peter, we were going to hold off on these.
Yeah, so Mayor,
Yeah.
items 45, 46, and 47, I just have to talk on about, I did leave Christmas gifts for you all, and one more gift, though, is that we're going to delay 45, 6, and 7.
Per my request. You wanted them. Well, I just thought it was too long. It's too
Yeah.
much. We,
Right.
it's what, 5? And I
Yeah.
didn't know, we
We
could
have
have
the
had a
ABC
lot of
engagement
yes.
tonight, so.
Right.
So we'll delay those, we'll bring those back in January. But there is one more thing that the council and myself want to talk to you about, which is your birthday. We want to
Oh,
wish
my
you
goodness.
happy birthday.
No, we don't want to talk about
21.
birthday.
We want to wish you happy
Good.
birthday. We do have some.
21.
Well, we need to sing.
Yeah,
Are we ready?
there you go.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mayor. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
A great audience of one.
Yeah, thank y'all. It's really sweet. It's very nice. Take one. Y'all get in. Can you get everybody right? Yes.
Come on, let's
Yeah, y'all come in.
We've done
I know. Y'all get in. Yeah. Get in. Come on.
You recommended that for every construction project, I'll go for it.
God, that's a great idea. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, God. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, man. So they smell so good.
birthday present, but John left it at his house.
Beautiful. Something with thorns, oh my God.
Mayor, we just
Yes,
need to
ma'am.
adjourn, please.
Yes, we do. We're getting back to business. It's 5 o'clock. That was not on the agenda. I love it. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So now with there being no further business, and except for my birthday celebration, I adjourn this meeting. Thank you.